Good afternoon, buenas tardes, and welcome to our August 20th board business meeting. Welcome to our board members, MCPS staff, and members of the community who are joining us here today and those who are watching this meeting via live stream. Now let us begin the meeting by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call the roll to recognize board members and establish that we have a quorum.
Pernille Suvarna, student member of the board, and excited to be here.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Swandrowski, District 2.
Good afternoon, Brenda Wolf, District 5.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Grace Rivera Oven, District 1.
Good afternoon, Julie Yang, District 3.
And online?
Sure. Welcome back to all of our staff. Shebra Evans, District 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies, I couldn't be there with you in person today. Lynn Harris, I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an at-large member of the board.
And I'm Carla Silvestre, President of the board. Now we can begin the meeting with the approval of the agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. I will take a moment here to recognize the passing of our beloved former board member, Judy Daka. It is with great sadness that we mark the passing of Dr. Judy Daka. Judy, our friend and fellow Board of Education member, served our school system for 54 years. She was elected to the board 4 times, representing District 1 from 2006 to 2022. We will miss her passion, humor, and commitment. Judy's deep love of the school system was widely known. She spent 38 years as a teacher and administrator in MCPS. Dr. Daka started her career as a Spanish and French teacher, evidence of her curiosity and love of learning about cultures and communities. Dr. Daka was a zealous advocate for equity and access for all, and this commitment served not only MCPS, but Montgomery County through the numerous organizations she devoted her time and energy to, including as chair of the Multicultural Community Partnership, President and Treasurer of the Montgomery County Alliance of Black School Educators, and a member of the Hispanic Educators Association and the League of Educators for Asian American Progress. She also served as Education Chair for the Montgomery County branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, as well as co-chair of the Maryland Association of Boards of Education's Black and Hispanic Caucuses. Dr. Judy Daka has received wide recognition for her contributions to public education, including induction into the Montgomery County Human and Civil Rights Hall of Fame, the Minority Recognition Leadership Award from the Maryland State Education Association, the Life Achievement Award from the National Congress of Parents and Teachers, and the Montgomery County Living Legend Award. We celebrate her life, remember her joy, and we thank her for her dedication, for her service, for the passionate advocacy she brought to her work on behalf of our students and families. I will now open it up to my fellow board members if anyone has anything additional to share. Ms. Yang.
Yes, so I know all of us have many interactions with Dr. Judy Daka, and I'm just going to share one thing. So even though after her retirement from the school system and sitting on the board, she was never far away from our school buildings. I remember particularly one time she came to visit me at Magruder High School when I was the college and career advisor there. And she not only visited classrooms and she sat down with me and really looked at the data and the programs we provide and asked detailed questions about its impact and the support that we need in the school buildings to further our students' achievement. So for me, that says a lot about the deep caring she has for all our students and families. So for me, she's not only loving, and she's an inspiration for me to continue to do my work.
Ms. Rivera-Alvin?
Judy was my vice principal in high school. She was, then she became a wonderful friend and a mentor to me. So I was so happy to have called her for her birthday. And she was just a genuine, loving person, a trailblazer. And never will forget the times that we spoke, especially in Spanish. They're just the wonderful memories I have. But her love and dedication to the system and to the betterment of all students. So I'm going to say a little something in Spanish for her. Querida Judy, te voy a extrañar. Gracias por tu dedicación y por tu trabajo para el mejoramiento de todos los estudiantes. So, dear Judy, I'm going to miss you so much, and thank you for your dedication and for the betterment of all students. Que en paz descanse. May you rest in peace.
It's really hard to speak about Judy because she was a mentor and a friend. But more than that, Judy was the conscience of this board. Judy never let us forget that there are many people in this county that are struggling. We have many people who are wealthy, but we have many that are struggling. And our job is to make sure that they all can achieve, and they all have the opportunity to achieve at the highest level. I, too, spoke to Judy on her birthday. Her voice was just as clear, but I knew that she was failing at that time. And it was really difficult. But, you know, Judy had made peace with everything. And all I can say is that she was a living legend in the county and a living legend to me.
Sorry. I, too, just want to express how amazing it was having the opportunity to have served on the board with her for so many years. It's all pretty much been said, but she was a trailblazer. She was a constant advocate for all students, and she was always everywhere. So she never ran out of energy, which is very impressive and was very inspiring. She will definitely be missed. Thank you.
Mrs. Evans?
Sure. My colleagues have said so many great things about Judy, and she will be sorely missed. And I'll try to be brief. I've known Judy for many, many years prior to serving on the board, and she remained like she was consistent as to who she was and her beliefs. And like many of you, I was able to go and visit her. We talked on the phone, but I was able to go and visit her a couple of weeks prior. And I think that what gives me a really great feeling and is that she was very accepting of what her next steps were going to be. And so that made me feel good. But one thing that she did say, she was always constantly thinking about the school system, but she was very much appreciative of everyone who called her, who came to sit and visit. And I just want to publicly thank Mike Durso, our former board member, as well as Dick Lipsky. She said whenever she would wake up, that's who she would see sitting in her room, just kind of staring and watching her, as well as Shirley Brandman. So on the board, you end up making lifelong friends. And I appreciate that our former colleagues really looked out for our friend in her time of need. And one thing that she said was, Shebra, everybody has come to visit me, so please tell them don't come to my funeral. And I said, absolutely not. I said, this is one time when you don't get to control how people celebrate and acknowledge you, and we will all be there to celebrate you. So just thank you for allowing us an opportunity just to say farewell to a really, really fierce advocate and my elder. That's what we call the beloved people in our community that we hold in a high regard. And she was that in addition to being my sorority sister. So she will definitely be missed, but I still feel her and will use what she said to me on our last visit as I continue this work on the school board. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harris?
Yes. Yeah, in addition to what my colleagues have said, I so appreciated serving on the board for the 2 years. I had the privilege of doing so with Judy because, you always knew where you stood with her. She said what she meant, and she meant what she said. And, that's not always true of people that you're working with in any milieu, but certainly when it gets time to having really hard conversations sometimes about schools. But she was laser focused in her strong support for every student's success, but also those students that the system had underserved and overlooked for too long. And one of my favorite things that I got to do with Judy 3 times was attend the nominating convention for the annual nominating convention for the student member of the board. She was a religious attendee at that event to hear from our students, to celebrate them, to appreciate the strong advocates that our school system should take a lot of credit for producing. And we would sit together and we would listen and we would talk. And I miss her, and I will miss her.
Thank you.
In that same vein, I do remember my first nominating convention that I got the chance to go to as a student, and Dr. Daka being there. So, she was always like a light in students' lives, and she will definitely be greatly missed.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you to the public for allowing us to recognize Dr. Daka. We will now move on with our agenda for today. The third agenda item is our Human Resources and Development Monthly Report. Dr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam President. It is my pleasure to present a very short resolution offering up our monthly report from the Human Resources and Development Report for your consideration. Whereas the educators and others who are employed by Montgomery County Public Schools are key partners in the important work and achievements of our school system, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the monthly Human Resources and Development Report with its listings identifying new employees, employee resignations, and other employee status updates, and be it further resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their condolences to families of deceased employees.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Madam President, we have 3 resolutions to share with the community of staff members who have passed. And I'd like to read those resolutions at this time. Whereas the death on June 9th, 2024 of Miss Zanisha M. Rowe, a paraeducator at Cannon Road Elementary School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education, and whereas during her more than 4 years of service to Montgomery County Public Schools, Ms. Rowe made significant contributions to creating and maintaining a positive and secure classroom and work environment. Her caring and supportive demeanor made her students feel comfortable and valued in her classroom. And whereas Ms. Rowe was dedicated to the success of all students and a highly committed paraeducator, she exhibited professionalism and was a team player who was more than willing to take on additional tasks. Ms. Rowe cared deeply about the academic achievements of her students and showed great compassion for them. She listened, responded appropriately, and acted in a professional manner. As a result, students and staff felt respected, cared for, and valued. Now therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Rowe and extend deepest sympathies to her family, and may it further be resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Ms. Rowe.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Our second resolution for the board's consideration, whereas the death on June 9th, 2024 of Conchetta R. Ray, a para-educator at Rockview Elementary School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education, and whereas during her more than 23 years of service to Montgomery County Public Schools, Ms. Ray was a well-respected member of the Learning Center staff at Rockview Elementary. She consistently demonstrated her commitment to her students and always was willing to step in to support their needs. Her caring and supportive demeanor contributed to the positive learning environment, and whereas Ms. Ray was extremely knowledgeable, she handled all matters in a professional and confidential manner. She fostered positive interactions and was kind and patient with her students. As a result, her students felt supported, and her colleagues recognized her dedication and willingness to go above and beyond to support her students. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Ray and extend deepest sympathy to her family, and may it further be resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Ms. Ray.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Thank you. Our final resolution for the board's consideration. Whereas the death on May 21st, 2024 of Miss Monica Cohout, a classroom teacher at Dr. Donald E. McNair Elementary School, has deeply saddened the staff, students, and members of the Board of Education. And whereas during her more than 24 years of service to Montgomery County Public Schools, Ms. Cohout was a dedicated teacher committed to student success. She consistently encouraged her students by giving them messages that they were capable of learning and by providing a challenging curriculum. She worked hard to establish a safe and supportive learning environment in which her students could thrive. As a result, her students felt comfortable, respected, and in a safe environment in her classroom. And whereas Ms. Cohout conveyed to everyone that she came in contact with that she loved working with her students, she was dependable, reliable, and trustworthy in her role at Dr. Donald E. McNair Elementary School. She was deeply ready to help whether a team member needed her support or a student needed additional instruction. She treated all staff and students with kindness and respect, and therefore be it resolved that the members of the Board of Education and the Superintendent of Schools express their sorrow at the death of Ms. Cohout and extend deepest sympathy to her family, and may it further be resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the family of Ms. Cohout.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Thank you.
And now we have Agenda Item 3.2, recommended appointments.
Thank you, Madam President. We have several individuals who are up for the board's consideration this evening, and it is of great pleasure that I get to introduce this first consideration because it's somebody who works directly with me as a Chief of Staff. And at this time, I'd invite Ms. Essie McGuire to please stand. Ms. McGuire brings more than 21 years of experience working for the Montgomery County Council. She previously was employed by MCPS as an executive director in the Office of the Chief Academic Officer and was an associate superintendent of operations. She is grateful for the opportunity to return to MCPS and is looking forward to working with the MCPS community in her new role. Her husband and children were not able to attend today, but send their support along with her parents who are watching online from their home in Florida.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands.
Sorry.
And that is unanimous. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam President. The next individual up for consideration, another critical role in Montgomery County Public Schools. I'd like Mr. Adnan Mahmood to please stand. Mr. Mahmood, for the position of Deputy Chief in the Office of Facilities Management. Mr. Mahmood brings more than 25 years of experience in facilities planning, management, design, and construction to MCPS. He is eager to join our team. Mr. Mahmood.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
Next for consideration is Mr. John C. Marshall, a familiar face to MCPS. He for the Director of Editorial, Graphics, and Publishing Services in the Department of Materials Management. Joining him today is his wife, Susan, and their son, Jake. Mr. Marshall has been employed with MCPS for the last 23 years as a manager in the Graphics and Publishing Division of Information Services, and most recently as a supervisor of editorial, graphics, and publishing services in the Department of Materials Management. He looks forward to creating a continuous improvement mindset and environment in the work that he does to support teaching and learning. Shout outs to his parents, John and Joan Williams Marshall.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
It's a good-looking shirt you got on there, sir. I like it. Team spirit. It really did. Madam President, our last appointee for this evening is to fill a principal vacancy, and we're joined online this afternoon by Dr. Joshua A. Williams for the principalship at Fields Road Elementary School. Dr. Williams brings to MCPS 18 years of educational experience in administration and leadership. He is excited to join MCPS all the way from Kentucky. And plans to hit the ground running this school year. Shout out to his wife, Dr. Williams, who is also a Dr. Williams. Glad that she's there. So we got double Dr. Williams in the house, who is watching online. So Drs. Williams, glad to see you.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Congratulations.
And Dr. Williams, we got a school year to get started, so we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. And we will now move on to agenda item number 4, recognitions. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. We have 2 resolutions for recognitions this afternoon. The first is a recognition of the 2024 Montgomery County Public Schools Education Foundation Scholars. Whereas the Montgomery County Public Schools Education Foundation Incorporated has demonstrated its commitment to partnering with the community to achieve its mission since its founding in 1998. To ensure that all students succeed in school, and whereas the Montgomery County Public Schools Education Foundation Incorporated is committed to programming that advances this mission, including providing funding opportunities for students graduating from Montgomery County Public Schools by awarding scholarships and awards to those seeking financial assistance to pursue post-secondary education. In fiscal year 2024, the Montgomery County Public Schools Education Foundation Incorporated provided 238 student scholarships and awards totaling more than $2.3 million. And whereas the Montgomery County Public Schools Education Foundation Incorporated also has raised contributions from its partners to support this philanthropy and other programs that advance its mission. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education congratulates the Montgomery County Public Schools Education Foundation Incorporated and its partners on another successful year. And may it further be resolved that on behalf of the Superintendent of Schools, staff, students, and parents, and the members of the Board of Education, that we extend our congratulations to the class of 2024. The Montgomery County Public Schools Education Foundation Incorporated scholarship recipients named in our attachment.
Move approval.
Strong second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam President. We do have one last recognition, and this is in recognition of National Suicide Prevention Week next month. Whereas the Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to the mental and emotional health of all students through instruction, prevention, awareness, and whereas the American Association of Suicidology and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention have designated September 8th through the 14th, 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Week, including World Suicide Prevention Day on September 10th, 2024, to educate and inform the public about suicide prevention and the warning signs of suicide, to reduce the stigma related to suicide, to encourage the pursuit of and the normalization of mental health treatment, to advocate for funding and research on suicide and suicide prevention, to develop innovative and effective treatments, and emphasize the need to focus on suicide prevention every day of the year. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention report suicide continues to be the second leading cause of death in the United States among individuals between the ages of 10 and 14 years, and the third leading cause of death in the United States among individuals between the ages 15 and 19, and in Maryland for individuals between ages 10 and 34. And whereas the Montgomery County Public Schools continues to support the use of the evidence-based Signs of Suicide Prevention program in all secondary schools to raise awareness of and to prevent suicide through education and resources and supports. And whereas the Montgomery County Public Schools places importance on mental and emotional health as one of the cornerstones of the Be Well 365 Health and Wellness Initiative, and through the implementation of system-wide social emotional lessons, now therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education and Superintendent of Schools hereby proclaim September 8th through the 14th, 2024 as National Suicide Prevention Week in Montgomery County Public Schools and recommends the observance in all of our schools and communities.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. We will now move on to public comments. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. This is a public meeting, and we expect the conduct of all speakers and members of the audience to be within the bounds of proper etiquette. Inappropriate personal remarks, rude retorts, or other such behavior is out of order and will not be tolerated. Those who demonstrate disruptive or disrespectful behavior during public comments may be asked to leave the room. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We have 8 people signed up to provide in-person testimony. 7 people signed up. Each speaker will receive 2 minutes for comments. When your name is called, please approach the table. Speak clearly and directly into the microphone. 30 seconds prior to the expiration of a speaker's time, a yellow light will go on, accompanied by a beep. A red light and a buzzer signals that your time has expired. Please push the flat button below the microphone to turn it on and begin speaking. Push the same button once more at the sound of the buzzer to turn it off. In addition to our in-person speakers today, we have 2 people signed up to provide video testimonies. We will play these submissions once the in-person testimonies have concluded. Copies of testimonies can be found on board docs where they are posted with other materials for this meeting. So I will ask our first 6 speakers to please come forward. Zarya Naki, David Stein, Christine Handy, Sophia Eckelmeyer, Samira Hussein, and Bridget Howe. Saria, you may begin.
All right, good evening, members of the board, Dr. Taylor, and community members. My name is Zarya Naqvi. I am a junior at Winston Churchill High School here in Montgomery County, and I also serve as the student member of the Maryland Center for School Safety Advisory Board. I'm here today to discuss the recently passed resolution on safe gun storage adopted by this board. So this resolution is a critical step towards our school safety, mandating the distribution of information on safe gun storage, and also updating the student's guide to rights and responsibilities. It also requires us to provide accessible resources on the MCPS website and collaborate with local agencies. For this resolution to be effective, it is crucial that we not only commit to these actions, but also ensure they are carried out diligently. I urge the board to hold itself accountable to these mandates. This involves utilizing all communication platforms such as ConnectEd and Canvas to ensure that every family receives this important information in an accessible format. As a student deeply involved in school safety through my role with the Maryland Center for School Safety, I'm ready to contribute to this effort. I'm committed to helping implement these initiatives and ensuring that our community is informed and engaged. The effectiveness of this resolution hinges on our collective effort and vigilance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stein.
Hello, Dr. Taylor, President Silvestri, and the Board of Education. The beginning of each school year is filled with promise and excitement for students and educators alike. Our MCA members are hard at work this week preparing their classrooms and lessons for their students. This year will be the first time in 30 years that I won't be ushering in a new school year with my students in the classroom, and I will miss seeing how these students grow and how they meet and overcome the challenges that are a normal feature of high school students' lives. Now, while I won't be in the classroom with them this year, my role as MCA president is no different than any other educator. It's to improve the learning conditions and improve the working conditions of my 14,000 plus educator colleagues. The new school year also beckons with the prospect of lessons learned from past years. We have appreciated the tonal shift from the top that we hope will usher in an era of transparency and a departure from years of obfuscation. We hope to work with you to increase transparency and improve regular communication before and during the budget building process. Our students deserve nothing less than a budget that provides them with the educational opportunities that have made this district great. And while we're going into a new school year with new hopes and expectations, I would be remiss in not drawing your attention to the challenges that students and educators face this year that are a legacy of last year's budget woes, including increased class sizes, a reduced number of staff development teachers, and fewer consulting teachers who play a critical role in helping new educators cope with classroom challenges. We have the opportunity this upcoming school year to do right by our students, their families, and by educators. I hope we can come together to invest and build a school system of which we can all be proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Handy?
Yes, I ask for permission to pay respect to Dr. Daka before I start my testimony. Put your light on. I'm asking to pay respect to Dr. Daka before I start my testimony, if that's
Please go
okay.
ahead.
So I just wanted to just say, as the former principal of Gaithersburg High School, she was the board member who supported my graduations 10 out of 11 years that I served there. And she was always enthusiastic about preparing for that. I love that she always came to talk to the student leaders prior to graduation, so that when she spoke at graduation, she would speak specifically to things that they had cherished during their times there. Probably the funniest thing was I always had to talk to her like, okay, let's keep it short. Let's keep it short, because everybody knows that Dr. Daka, she loved to talk. But she always said great things. But I visited her a few days before she passed, myself and Edward Owusu. We had a great conversation. She was in great spirits and still had an amazing sense of humor. And she called me Dr. Handy Collins. I didn't correct her. But I would just wanted to say she will forever live in the hearts of those who knew her. And I just want to say rest in heaven, Dr. Daka.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'll start.
We could reset the time.
All right, we are on the cusp of a new school year, and I must say I am excited. This moment, the start of a fresh chapter for our district, is of utmost importance. Superintendent Taylor, your recent kickoff meeting with our administrators and supervisors set an inspiring tone for the new year. Your vision for building trust and fostering a positive climate and culture is precisely what our district needs. The challenge you pose, that we must be the best at getting better, is one that I believe we are more than ready to embrace. I extend my sincere gratitude to all our district leaders, including our central office, business and operations, and school leaders who have worked tirelessly to prepare our school district for the upcoming school year. Thanks to your efforts, we are fully prepared to hit the ground running on day one. A special shout out is due to the leaders in the Office of Talent Acquisition. Their relentless efforts in filling positions within our schools and offices have been nothing short of remarkable. The challenges have been daunting, yet they have risen to the occasion, working diligently to staff our district with the talent needed to support our students, even while they are short-staffed and overworked. Our staffing team has done a great job and deserve our gratitude. As we move forward, Dr. Taylor and members of the board, authentic collaboration is the key to positive outcomes that benefit every child in our care. Let us always remember that the working conditions of our employees directly influence the learning conditions of our students, and our voice matters. In closing, I wish every educator and leader in our school district the most amazing school year. When we all work together, we get results for our students and school community. As the great educator Rita Pearson once said, every child deserves a champion. Remember, we are their champions, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure that each and every student in our district has the opportunity to thrive. Thank you, and let's go.
Thank you. Ms. Eckelmeyer?
Good afternoon. I'm Sophia Eckelmeyer, and my son Tom is a rising 10th grader. He's attended the Montgomery Virtual Academy since it opened. I'm testifying about our experience since the decision to close MVA and the July listening session with Dr. Taylor. We didn't enroll Tom in MVA because we are afraid of resilience-building challenges. Believe me that he has overcome many challenges since he developed cancer at age 3, including attending school while on chemotherapy for 3 years and damage to his liver that now requires a transplant. We chose MVA after careful consideration so that Tom could focus on his education while protecting his health and safety. If he's ill and a liver becomes available, it will severely affect his ability to survive the procedure or even make him ineligible to receive the liver.
Ma'am, could you get a little closer to the mic?
Sorry. For context, Tom has been on the transplant list for 3 years, so you can understand that being denied a liver due to an illness he contracted at school would be devastating. Side effects of his condition also make in-person school burdensome, which MVA alleviated. After meeting with Tom's counselor in July, we decided the best available option for him was the online Pathways to Graduation program, which is mostly asynchronous and provides no peer community. However, we were told enrollment doesn't open until after school begins, meaning that his plans for fall still aren't final. It's become clear, despite months of testimony and outreach since February by the MVA community, on how essential it is and the harm that closing it will cause. MCPS was unprepared to close MVA and lacked viable plans for its vulnerable students. We truly appreciate Dr. Taylor's efforts to create a hybrid program that supports medically fragile students, and we'll hope you'll consider his plan. However, the proposed program isn't fully equitable as the MBA is, and limiting it to medically fragile students reduces the diversity of the peer community. Having to decide between risking Tom's health and safety by returning him to school in person, or choosing an inequitable virtual option, creates a barrier to education for our son that healthy students do not face. MVA eliminates this barrier. Please fund the MBA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Hussain? Samir?
May I request a little more time than the designated usual time?
Just if you could keep it within.
I'll try.
Two.
I mean, she's much more worth than 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you with peace. My name is Samira Hussain, and I am a parent of 4 graduates, MCPS graduates, and recent MCPS retiree. Please accept my condolences as I am here today to honor the memory of a remarkable woman who dedicated her life to education and the service of others. As a teacher, human relations representative, principal, and a board member, Dr. Daka played a vital role in shaping the minds and the future of countless students. But more than that, she touched the hearts of everyone who knew her. In our teachings, we believe when someone dies, 3 things don't die with a person: a contribution to society as scientific discovery, a cure, a book, or information that people can continue to benefit out of, a contribution to a public institution such as a school or a hospital, and a righteous loved ones to pray for her. With her commitment to helping others, regardless of their background or beliefs, Dr. Daka did all of the above. This will never be forgotten. She was a beacon of kindness and understanding, specifically for the Arab and Muslim communities. Where she once told me, "We know you are out there, but we don't know how to reach out to you." Following that comment, she, along with her staff, were invited to attend a Ramadan event that really was great beginning for a new perspective and a lasting relationship. She was sincere in her board actions and decisions, always looking at the equitative lenses. She supported the calendar to ensure all the accurate Arabic and Islamic voices were heard. Dr. Daka was always accessible to the community. She genuinely cared, wearing her handmade Palestinian embroidery jacket during the Islamic Center weekend school's graduation of hundreds of MCPS students, where her support and compassion made a significant impact. She understood the values, respect and empathy and justice with all values and very much respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Howe?
Good afternoon. I'm Bridget Howe, president of MCCPTA. First, I want to share my appreciation, our appreciation to all of the teachers, staff, school-based administrators, and central office employees who are working hard to make the new school year successful. Even though our kids still have a few days of summer left, you've hit the ground running for what we hope is going to be a great year. Thank you for all you do. I also want to express MCCPTA's support of the Wooten, Churchill, Strathmore, and Fallsmead communities. Hate is no home here, and these communities must receive the resources they need to address the hateful incidents they experienced. We're eager to hear today's presentation about safety and security, as those issues are frequently discussed priorities by MCCPTA members, and are issues that require sensitive and thorough community engagement strategies. We appreciate the data shared in the report, in the board packet, and pledge our support in reducing the number of incidents community-wide. I also want to share my appreciation of our previous student member of the board, Sami Saeed, for championing this, and hope his recommendations are not forgotten. We're especially interested in the work that will be done in the coming year regarding mobile phones. We ask that this does include comprehensive family engagement strategies. We understand from the written update that schools have until September 2nd to commit to participation in the pilot program. Please ensure that families and students are informed of this so that they can let their principals know what they think of whether their school should participate. We also look forward to seeing more information about the student expectations module and how it's rolled out. The board has heard me advocate for plain language communications before, and I hope that this will include this module and that it's written in age-appropriate language versus legalese and jargon. 2 more very quick comments. We are also eagerly awaiting the boundary study RFP. Would appreciate an update on where we are in that process. And then finally, I just want to say I'm really glad you're going to be talking about the wonderful things that the CREA program does. I had the chance to go and meet students in the HVAC and nail tech program there and just had the best time. It's an amazing program. It makes us special, and it does the right thing for our community. Thank you so much. Let's make this school year excellent.
Thank you. Thank you to all our in-person speakers. We now have 2 video testimonies. If we could play Sterling High's testimony, please.
I urge you to fully reinstate the Montgomery Virtual Academy, a school that was an integral part of our district's strategic plan. The MVA was not just another program, it was a school that aligned perfectly with our district's long-term goals and strategic priorities. In the proposed FY25 budget and other presentations, MCPS showed that the MVA embodied the pillars of academic excellence, well-being and family engagement, and professional and operational excellence. These are not just lofty ideals, they are the very foundation of MCPS's mission. The MVA provided equitable access to rigorous education, it supported students' well-being through flexible learning options, and it upheld the highest standards of instructional quality. These are the priorities that MCPS champions, and the MVA was proven to achieve them. During the budget discussions from earlier this year, MCPS administrators noted that the MVA played a significant role meeting the evolving needs of students. The MVA was even fully integrated into MCPS operational plans, with its infrastructure and staffing aligned with other schools and the staffing calendar timeline. The MVA was seen by MCPS as a crucial equity lever designed to eliminate structural barriers and ensure that all students, especially those from marginalized communities, had access to the resources and effective instruction they needed to succeed. This commitment to equity is enshrined in our district's policies, which call for proactive measures to address disparities. The MVA embodied these policies, providing a vital service to students who needed it most. MCPS has already shown that the MVA was essential to achieving our district's goals. The decision to eliminate the MVA contradicts the strategic priorities of MCPS as set forth for itself and was a step backward in fulfilling our commitment to equity and educational excellence. You cannot ignore that in spite of the arbitrary manner in which the MVA was closed, the school was considered for years by MCPS to be vital at achieving the system's strategic priorities. You must restore access to a full virtual education for students who need it. Without that, you are failing to fulfill your obligation to ensure equitable access for all students.
Thank you. If we could play Ms. Evans's video, please.
Good afternoon. I want to start by thanking Dr. Taylor and board members who attended the MVA PTC's town hall meeting. We sincerely appreciate the engagement and hope it can be sustained so that board members can truly come to understand the necessity of a virtual school in Montgomery County. We're especially thankful for Dr. Taylor's kindness, consideration, and diligence in seeking ways to truly provide access to all MCPS students. Although the proposed hybrid program falls short of that goal and is not itself an acceptable solution, it is a step in the right direction, and we deeply appreciate that effort. Today, the board recognizes National Suicide Prevention Week. I mentioned in previous testimony that the MVA was itself a mental health resource, with many of our students finding success through virtual education, where they could build healthy peer relationships and focus on learning in ways that were not possible for them in person. These students and their families have been treated as irrational. At our town hall meeting, they were encouraged to, quote, step out of their comfort zones, as if their trauma and dangers to students' mental health are just figments of their imagination, as if the board knows what is best for these individuals. A study published in the Journal of Human Resources this April is titled In-Person Schooling and Youth Suicide, Evidence from School Calendars and Pandemic School Closures. It found that youth suicide rates historically decreased during summer break and increased during the school year. Notably, the pandemic school closures had one silver lining. They broke this pattern, with a 25% decrease in youth suicides from March 2020 when schools closed throughout the summer. Returning in person resulted in a 12 to 18% increase in youth suicides. Additionally, the CDC notes that people with disabilities are 3 times more likely to attempt or commit suicide. If MCPS is truly committed to equitable access to public education and to the mental health of our students, we must reestablish and maintain a virtual school. MVA students were able to fully engage their education and build relationships in a safe, positive environment which moved the dial for their health and academic success. Parents whose children are being underserved or who have been pushed out of the system ask you to reinstate MVA open to all students who need it. We ask that you keep these considerations in mind when establishing our new strategic plan and FY26 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. This will conclude our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Thursday, September 12th. Sign-ups for public comment will open on Thursday, September 5th, 2024 at 6 p.m. In addition to the online sign-ups for public comment, we allow for in-person same-day sign-ups when space allows. Unallocated slots may be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on the day of the meeting. In order to sign up in person, please arrive 15 to 20 minutes before the start of the open session and sign the form. In-person signups will close 15 minutes before public comment begins or when all slots are filled. Okay, I will now turn to my colleagues to see if there's any questions or comments. Ms. Yang.
Yes, good afternoon. So excited. This is the first board meeting of the school year. Before I make my comment, I want to acknowledge some scouts presented in our audience today. If you are a Boy Scout or Girl Scout member, can you wave? Yeah, glad to have you here. I'm always excited to see our young people participate in our understanding how government works and in the civil discourse. So welcome to our board meeting. And I also want to thank Mr. Stein, Dr. Handy, and Ms. Howe for coming in. And I look forward to working closely together to do great things for our school system. I have a question. So maybe in a follow-up, I can understand, because one parent mentioned that the online pathway to graduation being offered to our students are not open until after school starts. For our MVA students who are offered that option, I think, as I understand, for our regular students, they have opportunities before school year starts to work with their counselor on their course planning. So I'm wondering why that's not available for students who go the online pathway. So that will be my question to the system.
Is there someone that can answer that, or do you want
to? Mr. Bobian.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Bobian. I'm the supervisor for online learning, home and hospital teaching, and home instruction for MCPS. I can speak to the historically how we have handled online pathway to graduation is to allow for the students to return to school, the counselors to return to school, identify gaps in where those classes that students can't get during the school day are, and then to register and enroll them in online pathway to graduation to then begin in October. We plan to alter that schedule in future years so that it begins day one of school in a much different structure. So in succeeding years, it will look different.
So right now, the online pathway does not start until October, but the school system has plans for future years, not this school year, to start day one. Then my follow-up is, will the students be able to meet with their counselor prior to school year starts to get an understanding of their schedule and courses?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay.
And part of what we plan on doing is actually including online pathway to graduation in the registration process.
Thank you for that clarification. I think as we trying to be an inclusive and equitable school system, I see that as a positive adjustment. Thank you.
Ms. Yang, thank you for reminding me about the scouts that are in the audience, and I wanted to give them a recognition. If they could stand to be recognized. I understand we have scouts from Troop 3G and 3B. Thank you for coming. I see people taking notes, so it's a very serious assignment here. Any other board members have questions or comments?
I'll just pull a comment here really quickly. As a student member of the board, very excited to see lots of students in the audience, really showcasing their love and engagement for civil services and government. So just wanted to say that.
Ms. Harris?
Yes, I just wanted to appreciate Ms. Nakvi for being here today. She's someone that I've had the pleasure of working with and watching in Annapolis. So she's been a very, very powerful advocate for many, many issues pertaining to student health, safety, and well-being. And I'm very excited to see her serving in her role with the Maryland Center for School Safety. And I know she has an upcoming meeting with our own Department of Security and Compliance. And I really look forward to hopefully seeing her leading a student task force to work alongside our student advisory group, to work alongside our safety and security folks as we evolve our practices to make our schools a better, safer learning environments, but also making sure that all those decisions and all that problem solving is very strongly informed by the wisdom of our students who live it every day. And so I just wanted to appreciate her being here today.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other lights on, we will now move on to agenda item number 6, which is consent items. And I will ask my colleagues if there are any items that they would like to pull. Mr. Savarna.
6.5 and 6.6.
Okay. And I would like to pull 6.1. Okay. Can I get a motion to move the rest in block?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. Okay. And that's unanimous. All right, Mr. Savarna, let's start with yours first. 6.5, contract approval for grocery staple spice extension.
Got it. Thank you. So if there's a member of administration who'd like to come forward during this time.
Go ahead and ask your question while they come.
All right, got you. So my first question was just sort of a more general understanding of what specifically the meals that are included or the grocery items that are included in this contract pertaining to. It mentions, standard grocery items. Just want to get a better sense of what that is. If it's, prepackaged items like ketchup or things like that, or if it includes grocery items like fruits and vegetables alongside that.
Sure. We can do an itemized list if you like, but you're going to actually see a lot of these because our nutrition program is self-contained, and it operates like a restaurant chain in a lot of ways. So buying items in bulk, whether they be fresh produce or whether they be prepackaged item or condiments or really just even cooking assistant spices or anything that you might have in the kitchen, you'll see this as almost like our grocery bill in a lot of ways.
Got it. So just to make sure I'm understanding this 100% clearly. So especially in terms of 6.5, that 1.5 million, I think it is roughly, is pertaining to the raw materials needed to make the food for the school system.
Correct.
Got it. So then my sort of comment here is relating to, students have oftentimes complained about, the quality of the food within our school system. And oftentimes that also comes with, prepackaged items as well. Things like, the baby carrots have been, I've heard students anecdotally say, they've been rotting, or things like other foods being, inedible. And many times I have students on Instagram sending me pictures of their food items throughout the school year, and they're saying, is this the food that we're supposed to eat? So I just want to sort of understand, if students have been continuously saying, a lot of this food is not sort of edible, why do we continue to move forward contracts from those same manufacturers and producers in that same vein?
Hi, Pernille. Rachel DuBois. Nice to see you. I support materials management, and we support food services under materials management. But I'm so glad you brought that up because we have a new fruit and vegetable produce vendor, Keeney. So we did move to a new vendor this year. So you'll be seeing a lot of different fruits and vegetable choices as well. And the bid really goes towards, as Dr. Taylor shared, all of the food we're purchasing for the year. So we have those bids and those items in our central production facility and also in all of our school kitchens. And so many of the food that's made from scratch in the central production facility, we're using those items, and then things that are being shipped in as well. We're excited to share new menu items. We did a lot of work with Sammy last year around student engagement, so we're excited to continue that work with you as well this year.
Got it. Thank you.
So to answer your question a little bit more directly, there was a change in vendor, and I think that we all appreciate it when we do know about a situation, and in addition to some pretty hysterical Instagram pictures that I'm sure we'll all benefit from, making sure that cafeteria managers know when something isn't quite up to expectations.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. The reason I had asked was it had mentioned a 2-year extension, so the original contract wasn't linked in, so I wasn't sure if this was, the 2-year extension on a pre-existing contract we've had for a while, or if this is a brand new one, like you mentioned, that had just started last year. So I'm excited to see some of those changes sort of implemented within our school year this year, and looking forward to working with Food and Nutrition Services very closely to make sure students, get the meals that they deserve.
We're really looking forward to it, and I can share the Keeney contract that we did last year with you as well, but we've got a lot of exciting things, so we'll have you out really soon for a tour, too.
100%.
Yes,
Looking forward
your
to
team
some,
came last year, so we can't wait.
Yeah, looking forward to some taste testing events as well. So for all the students listening at home, you can be sure to put that on the calendar.
You got it, I promise.
Ms. Wondrowski, do you have a
I
follow-up?
just want to follow up with that. You said you have a new vendor for fruits and vegetables, and I really want to encourage us to make sure that we're trying to use local farmers as much as possible. And I know no one farmer in this area can supply all of our schools, but if we piecemeal here and there, I just think it's really important that we try and support that.
We are, and that's just a great comment just to add. We chose the vendor that we did, right, because the Keeney does have the ability to process from local farms, and they process for us, so it gives the opportunity to do some more of that.
Great,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, so just my final thing to say is, to all the students who, again, may be listening at home, I know this was a really big sort of source of concern. Just know that, the food system, that the contracts are changing. It's a new start last year, so we're extending that contract into this year. And so just be on the lookout for some different foods coming into your school cafeteria this year.
Thank you. I had questions on 6.1. I think this might be for Dr. Pugh. There were several contracts in 6.1 that had to do with resource materials for the classroom. Things like News to You, Unique Learning Systems, Streambox Learning, Phonics, Phonemic Awareness resources. And my question was, in terms of utilization, it's wonderful that teachers have all these resources available in the classroom. But as we talk about dollars and contracts, I was curious to learn more about how you monitor utilization and making decisions about which contracts you're going to renew year after year. So,
thank you for that question. There are actually a number of the contracts that are falling within special education and within general education in OSIP. So Diana can speak to the knowledge about how we use the first one, the unique learning system that you mentioned, and how they monitor the usage.
are they different? Wow, okay. I'm just interested in the high level, really. I don't need one at a time. Just how do you know they're being utilized? How do you make decisions about where you're going to renew year after year?
Perfect. So those that are digital that actually have visibility at this district level for us to be able to see when we allocate licenses to teachers to be able to use in their classroom, we can see who is using, and there are data monitoring pieces that are built in. So based on the usage and based on the enrollment in particular classes, say Read 180, we would know then and project forward how many licenses we would need for students versus teachers. So the use is in the data monitoring piece.
Central office does that, or is it done at the school level?
Both. With some of them have high visibility where we can see at central office what the accounts are, and some of them, the smaller ones like Dreambox, that are only at Title I schools are, although we do have visibility for that, that's more managed at the school level because it is a school request to purchase an item with a data system that they have been using.
Great, thank you. My other question related to 6.1 was about the contract for ELD services, ELD Instructional Program Consultant. I just wanted to know what is the money going to go towards? I understand that engage a professional knowledge expertise, training, support, enhance current language development instructional program in elementary, middle school, and high schools. Just so in layman's terms, what's the money going to be used for?
Yeah, so we have a partnership with Support Ed They are a consulting firm that's been working with us for the last couple of years, mostly in the Gaithersburg cluster, and they have been providing us professional development. They've been doing walkthroughs with us, modeling for us, and having opportunities for teachers to see one another and for us to engage with support ed and our office so that we're doing this collaborative work together. So the goal is to improve instruction for our general education and ELD teachers around supporting our English learners.
So this adds capacity to your Delmy office to be able to reach more schools, would you say? Or how do you see it as a long-term strategy?
The long-term strategy is to be able to learn from the consultants and figure out how then we can expand some of what we've learned from them into our other clusters. But we're starting with Gaithersburg.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up with a question on that one? So if this fit into your long-term strategy, how long-term are we talking about? How many years in our plan we want to engage with this consulting firm? What data point are you evaluating every year?
So that's a good question in terms of how long. I don't have that answer for you. This is just year 2 that we've been working with support ed, but certainly we are looking at the data to ensure that we're making growth. So we're looking at not only student data, but also looking at teacher practices in the classroom. So collecting that information to determine whether or not we're moving in the right direction. But in terms of an overall timeline, that is something that I could get back to you on.
I think Ms. Yang's point is about how long are we dependent on contracts versus how, at one point, have we learned the best practices and are implementing them?
Thank you. I was just going to summarize that. Thank you. Can I just say that I have the same kind of concern because 2 years seems, I'm not an expert, but it seems like by 2 years we should have some concrete information and data telling us whether.
Well, anytime we implement something new or a new practice, we like to give it 2 to 3 years as we work with shared accountability to see if something is really working well. It doesn't happen overnight. So 2 to 3 years is usually a reasonable amount of time for us to really determine whether or not something is working well. But in terms of the overall timeline, that is something I'd have to get back to you on for this particular project.
Okay. Ms. Harris.
Yes, thank you. I had a question on a different item in procurement item 6.1, which relate, and I think if Ms. Dubois is still here, it would relate to DFNS. And it's a consent item that I also raised a year ago, and it's the Heartland contract, which is a fairly decent price tag for what I understand to be sort of the electronic support for our lunchroom operations. Everything from how menus are shared, and there's supposed to be an app that's part of every student's student ID, has a code on it, so they can just, pay for lunch items or items in the school cafeteria with that app, and other sort of electronic features like that. And I'm just wondering if we can get, and I don't mean this moment get, but, being in a lot of schools last year, Sammy, Mr. Saeed, our student member of the board last year, were in a lot of lunchrooms last year and had very erratic sense of how this software, again, with a fairly significant price tag, is being utilized or not utilized in our school lunchrooms, and would like to see something that documents our progress in uptake of this software throughout all of our especially middle and high school lunchrooms, how that is relating to how we communicate what items are going to be on the menu, and how students can identify when the things that we say are going to be on the menu aren't on the menu. And also, I understood that there was some professional development required over the past calendar year to bring central and school-based food services staff up, to train them to use this. So I would like to see how we're doing on this feature that should make our lunchroom experiences better for our customers, the students.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. This is actually Dana Edwards, so very good to see you. This goes to the point of some of the things that we talked about last year of how do we know what we offer is actually on the menu, and this will help us do that. What I'd like to do is to be able to provide you're talking about the progress implementation update, from the training to the actualization within the locations, and then what it means for the menus. So if we can plot that out to be able to provide like a consistent update throughout the year so that you're able to have that, and that's also something that we could fold in with our work with our students that we've done over the past couple of years. We'd love to be able to do that.
So you're going to put that'll be a follow-up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would be great. And also getting some, hearing from some students who use the app, again, I guess it's a barcode that supposedly is included now on all of their student IDs. And how, do they know it's there? Do you have to activate it? How is that working in practice for them? Would be a great feature for the update.
Absolutely, and this is our second year. Remember our phase out that will continue to work with students so that it's student driven, also getting feedback with students as well as some families like we did with back to school night as well.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other lights on, could we get a motion to move 6.1, 6.5, and 6.6?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous. We are now moving on to agenda item number 7. Dr. Taylor is going to share his entry plan, engagement, and action for the first 6 months. Dr. Taylor.
I've never seen this before. This is very exciting.
Not just exciting for you. I'm assuming, rookie move here, I'm assuming I can control this with the keyboard, right? No?
I don't believe so.
Well, it was
I will
worth a shot.
confirm that.
We only look high-tech. Anyways, board, it's a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you. Anytime that there's a leadership change, there's always an acclimation period, and that usually requires a lot of planning and forethought and intention in engaging in certain activities that can help a new leader become situated into the community. I will admit that I've leveraged on more than one occasion. One strategic advantage is that I know where most of the things are in the county. Granted that a few things have changed since I left Montgomery County. The same areas are still the same areas, and there's a lot of landmarks, and it's been great to be back home. I do want to share a few thoughts with you about my entry and to share a document with you that is provided online in digital format and also on a website that we created for our community to track my progress over the next several months. Many times during an entry plan, especially for a superintendent, it's usually something along the lines of 90 days or 100 days or something along those lines. I'm going to tell you that I need 6 months. And that's a good thing because this will dovetail into 2 really significant projects that are going to happen along with my entry. The first being our budget process, which has already kicked off, and then secondarily, our strategic planning process, because our strategic plan is retiring in 2025 and we'll launch a new one. So I'll ask to advance a slide if that's something. Oh, check it out. So I do want to model also this afternoon a little bit of a change in how we'll be presenting some information to the board and providing what I would call as a bluff slide or a bottom line up front. opportunity for you to kind of get a view of what I intend to present and what I intend for my recommendation to the board and how you should consume this information. There's no action tied to this entry plan. It is just information for the board, but it's important that you know the what, when, where, and why, and the how I intend for my entry plan to unveil itself. So I'll ask for the next slide. This is also an opportunity for me to share with the community a few thoughts about my entry and also about my role as superintendent. In addition to serving as the secretary-treasurer to the board, that's an important function. I am also your strategic partner in providing some solutions to some of the challenges that are before Montgomery County Public Schools. And I'm here to implement the board's will as your executive and run the day-to-day operations and the instruction of our school system. I am your standard setter and your representative for the school system and our cheerleader-in-chief. That is a critical function that I perform to help our school system move forward. So I'll advance to the next slide. You have already figured out from me that I am pretty informal. I do like to be called Thomas by my first name, this is a picture of my family. Granted, it's a picture of when my family was much cuter, or at least my kids were much cuter. They're all now a little bit older, and there are some pretty important guiding values that I've articulated off to the side. Folks who know me and have worked with me well know how important it is for us as an organization to empathize with the end user's experience. For us to really focus in on what matters most to our kids and to our families and to our workforce, for us to develop a really strong sense of community, which is really like our family as an extension of our family. To do our work with integrity, and the more you work with me, the more you're going to see that on display. And then the last piece, and you've already heard a little bit of this from some of our union partners, my deep-seated belief in continuous improvement and the belief that we need to become an organization that is really the best at getting better. And I'll advance the slide magically with my thoughts. This is also me. I am homegrown in Montgomery County. And all the way from Mrs. Yasko's class at Somerset Elementary School to my senior year at BCC, I really had a great experience in Montgomery County and was blessed to have great teachers who transformed my life, great leaders who guided me in my work and really inspired me to become an educator. And it's just such a privilege to be back here with you today. So we'll advance that again. I do have a couple of idioms that I do want to share with the board that do kind of guide my work and set the stage for some of the things that we hope to accomplish. The first one is that culture really drives the ship here, and it's really the basis that leadership sets, and it is the responsibility of leadership to establish a culture. I hope to inspire a culture of support, one of innovation, and one of transparency. And if we could advance to the next slide. And so I have several guiding principles that are articulated in this plan, and you'll see these on display. Oftentimes, the board is confronted with a lot of decisions that are no-win. You have to choose to split the baby on a number of occasions, and you have to make very difficult choices, whether they be financial choices or policy choices. And really taking these guiding principles into play when I make recommendations to the board about some of those tough choices is particularly important. I also want to elevate how important it is to hear the voices of our community, and even when there are moments when we don't agree or that things are tough, that we still hear each other out and that we are supportive of one another. And that extends to not just our students and our parents and our community members, but also our workforce, in making sure that they've got a great environment in which to lift up children in their work. Next slide. My next one is kind of the theme of the week. There are an awful lot of distractions that pull us away from the work of schools and teaching and learning. And it is really easy for us to get wrapped up in some of those operational challenges and some of those community challenges that take us away. And I will say that to the extent that we can, we want to create teachable moments and take some of those challenges and turn them into learning opportunities. But my hope is certainly to help bring us back to keeping the main thing. And I so respect and admire the board and some of the direction that you've already given me. You were very clear to me that you wanted to see presentations that focused on teaching and learning this year, that you wanted to elevate the work of our educators, and that you really wanted to see that be the focus of MCPS, and I so respect and admire that. Next slide. So to make that happen, I am a firm believer in Maslow's hierarchy being the foundation of setting the stage for learning to occur. And so you'll hear me say on a pretty regular basis that we focus on Maslow's so that we can bloom. And with that, we have to account for some of the challenges in our community because our children bring those community challenges into the classroom every single day. And so we do need to provide for our security of our kids, their physiological needs, create a sense of belonging, so that we can build self-esteem in our young people so that they're prepared for learning. It is next to impossible for a child to learn if they are hungry, if they are not well rested, if they are not healthy, and they're not cared for. And so we have a role in that, and that's a critical part of our strategy moving forward. Next slide. And my last little idiom that I'll share with you is that none of this is possible and none of the work that we can do is possible without building trust. And we can only move at the speed of trust. And this is not work that can be done alone. It's not the work of one individual, but it is the work of a team. And that team is not just the employees in MCPS working with the board, but it's also our students. And it's also our families and community members who play a critical role in our success. One of the things that I have absolutely loved about being a student in Montgomery County and now an adult living in Montgomery County is that for as long as I can remember, Montgomery County has always had high expectations for its school system. That's a wonderful thing. And they have always backed it up, because they believe in the potential of MCPS, and that is just such a wonderful thing. Next slide. And so I have this entry plan for you with several overlapping components. One of the central questions that we've been asking along the way is how might we create more equitable opportunities for access and outcomes in Montgomery County Public Schools. And so I have kind of a three-step approach to my entry. The first step is heavily focused on engagement. And as a deliverable to you, I'll be providing a synthesis report of some of my findings that I've discovered along the way. This will be of no surprise to the folks in this room. There's remarkable consistency in what people have told me about their experience in MCPS. And I have detailed some of that in some survey findings that can be found on board docs. We're almost done taking a look at our survey findings, and we'll add them to the website that's tagged on here as well. In full transparency, we want people to know what we've experienced and what we've seen, and we want to be able to report that out with some candor and with some honesty, and then some clear action steps on how we might address some of those things. Pretty critical step in the process is evaluating some of our progress to date. We've had a few rough years in terms of our performance in a number of areas, whether they be instructional or operational, and that gives us an opportunity to become that best at getting better and to be continuously improving. And finally, I hope with the launch of a new strategic plan that we can empower our community to be really successful. So I invite the community to track my progress with an entry plan that's tagged to our website. Next slide. And that really kind of brings us to a close. If there's one mantra that I have, it's that we need to be the best at getting better. It is impossible for us to be the best at every single thing all the time, but if this is what our focus is, we will become the best school system in America, and that really is what I'm focused on and what I'm here to do in my service to you. Next slide. So with that, you've given me clear marching orders. Your priorities for the school system this year are unambiguous. They are very direct, and though this is the short version because it's on a slide and we weren't going with 8-point font here, we wanted to make sure that we communicate clearly about the things that are important to the board, because you are echoing the things that are important to this community. Right after I speak, there's an opportunity to hear your first quarterly update on school safety and the plans that we have in place to improve campus safety in our schools. You will also hear about continuous efforts for academic improvement, specifically in mathematics and literacy, and you've even honed in on that even further to say kindergarten, grade 3, 6, and 9. That you want some really specific and tangible action points. Focusing on Team MCPS, I'm delighted to report that we have a 99% fill rate this week on our full-time licensed positions for educators. This is great. This is great news, but we won't be satisfied until we have 100% and that we are retaining the very best to put in front of our students, because they will help us with your first priority and with your second priority. Another passion, and I don't know why it's listed funkily there with odd numbers. That got a little format mixed up there. But your fourth priority it was to do a comprehensive performance and evaluation review of some of the programmatic offerings that we have. And this is with your goal of creating greater equity of access and outcomes. So I think we'll move on to the next slide. And what's next? And this is where I'll close out and say, it's still summer technically for another few more days. So over the past month and a half that I've been in your service, I have been meeting with a lot of stakeholders. I have met with some external stakeholders. I had a great opportunity to meet with some faith leaders last night that work with the county executive. They were kind enough to sit down with me amongst a number of other external stakeholder groups, but my focus has really been over the last 6 weeks to meet with internal stakeholders, and I'll continue to meet with them by department and by school and by cluster to get to know them and their priorities a little bit better. Later this fall, after the school year kicks off and we're in a little bit more of a routine, I'll shift gears a little bit and move more and more towards some of our external stakeholders to hear that voice a little bit more clearly. You'll get a report as a follow-up from me at your December board meeting, and that will launch us into our budget and our strategic plan. So with that, Madam President, members of the board, I'm delighted to submit my entry plan to you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I appreciate seeing your vision for the next 6 months, and I like seeing the board's priorities in your plan. As you have stated, safety and security, math and literacy, our human resources power, our teachers, our administrators, our school building personnel, everyone. We need the best talent in the region, and that's a priority. I encourage you to keep a pulse on what's happening in the school buildings, in the classrooms. I know it's a large district, but that's where the rubber hits the road, right? Making sure that our teachers and our administrators have what they need so that our students can be successful. So with that, I'll open it up to comments from my colleagues. Ms. Wolf.
Well, this is a very detailed plan, and I thank you for it. You know, over the last couple of years, we put quite a bit of money into anti-racist training. So I'm glad to see that you're using the word throughout it, but it still remains unclear to me that we're going to carry through with some of the recommendations that came out of that. In addition, this number 3 that you have on page 4 is cultivating culturally responsive and anti-racist leaders. Now, that has been the key to me. We do a lot of training. I'm not sure we're getting any benefit necessarily out of the training. I'm looking for a better measurement of that, how we're going to actually tell that something is getting better. So, I mean, I know you can't address it right now, but maybe you could start thinking about it, because equity is foundational, and I do agree with you on that. You also talked about greater equity of access for program evaluation purposes. Well, the other thing that I think we still want to do is look at our graduation requirements. I mean, we had a clear example of that today when we had some trouble with the computers, and our student member was able to jump right on it. It tells me that we don't necessarily still need a computer course in our graduation requirements. So, you know, this is one of the things that we talk about, what we need and what we don't need anymore. And I think that that's going to be very important to our consideration. But I just wanted to make sure that the work and foundations we had started laying in from the anti-racist audit are going to continue. And if there's something that you don't intend to continue, I'd like to know that too, and why. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Yang.
Yeah, I want to thank you for putting out this entry plan and for your realistic expectation that you want 6 months instead of 90 days or 100 days. And I think I think you had it right. We move at the speed of trust. I think that is our work that's important with our community, to rebuild that trust so that we can all be working together, right, in synchronized fashion to move forward. So I appreciate it, and I really look forward to all the work, be part all of the work, and to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't see my colleagues online. I'm not sure if they have any questions. Oh, yes, Ms. Harris.
Yes, I just want to thank you, Dr. Taylor. I have so come to appreciate your directness, your candor, and your laser-like focus for keeping the main thing the main thing. I look forward to seeing where we're going. I appreciate, as Ms. Silvestri said, the also keen awareness here of the board's priorities that we have been focusing on for the past couple of years. And I also look forward to seeing how you operationalize deeply, substantively, and continuously including the student voice here, because you know how strongly I feel about the absolute essential nature of having them at the table for every problem-solving, priority-setting, policy-making conversation, since they truly are the customers of the system, and they can tell us better than anyone how we're doing. So I appreciate everything you're doing. Very much looking forward to being immersed in this work with you.
I look forward to showing you my goofy side as well. It's coming, start of school year. We've got children we've got to serve, so we got to have a little fun too.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't have a picture here of the outfit you wore at A&S last Thursday. It was quite something.
I think that one's going in the archives permanently.
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Yes, I was gonna, I appreciate all the comments that my colleagues have made, and just like Ms. Harris, A&S was a great start to kick off the school year, and I thought it was a lot of energy, as Dr. Handy has stated. And so I have like one question that's really simple, but in terms of your entry plan, I did appreciate, as it was stated, that we need to keep the main thing. And while I don't want you to run yourself ragged, I do appreciate you saying that you're going to meet with everybody, because I think it's important that as we are looking to evaluate what we do, that we do include the community's voice in this. So I know in the very beginning, you put out a survey where you asked the community to give you feedback. Was some of that feedback infused in this entry plan, or is that going to still be a work in progress as you continue to meet with people?
Yeah,
community.
in fairness to the board, this is about 5 minutes old for you, and you haven't had a copy of this to digest it yet. And we posted some of those survey results on board docs, so you've got the raw file on board docs. We're almost done with cleaning that up, and we'll put the whole document on the website for folks to look at. But there's a summary, and I will say kudos to the Montgomery County community and just the handful of folks that responded, because it was the middle of summer when we issued a survey, and that's the terrible time to say, hey, here's your new leader, welcome, and please fill out this 5-question survey. But on page 6 of the document that you have, there's just a short summary, and none of this is going to surprise anybody. The first main theme that we got and suggestions that we got was about supporting teachers. Number 2 is about addressing student behavior, and I'd group safety kind of into that mix. The third one was reducing some of the administrative burden on our educators and support staff. Number 4, no surprise here, inclusivity and equity. And number 5, a big and major theme was how might we improve our communications, our trust, and our transparency as an organization. What great themes to focus on in terms of how we might do our work a little bit better and a little bit differently. I'm pretty confident that the remainder of the survey results that we collected, as we get them all cleaned up, will dovetail nicely into those general themes. But if there are more to add to the summary, we will. We're committed to sharing that raw data publicly. We'll also be re-engaging in a number of different ways as part of the strategic planning process. I don't want to say that I'm piggybacking onto that process, but I am absolutely piggybacking onto that process and being a part of a lot of those focus groups and engagements, just because it's such a robust way of connecting with so many members of our community, and I don't want to miss that opportunity to get to know them and also hear from them how we can get better at doing a lot of things.
Sure. And so you're right. And I do know that that was posted, but I think it's important that the community hears that you did take some of their comments and include that. You heard that. And I just would encourage anybody who is not deemed as our partner, or who may not be some of the usual suspects, to just reach out, because you are very engaging and are trying to meet and get to know everyone. So I do know that there are some community partners that may not necessarily be listed or have not been in touch, but they are able to make certain they can make contact to be in touch with you, to share their views and thoughts of their community or their network.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mrs. Mandrowski?
Yeah, I'll be really brief because I don't want to be repetitive. Everybody has pretty much touched on all of it. So excited to have you here. So excited to start working together. I wanted to kind of add on a little bit to what my colleague, Ms. Silvestri, was saying before about incorporating the board's priorities. And the thing that, kind of strikes me most of all of it is that not only do you include the priorities that are important to us, but the how we're going to get to them, the culture of this system, and the concepts of rebuilding trust and making sure that we're building relationships that need to be rebuilt, and listening to everybody. You can't do it without that. And so I just really appreciate that you put a strong emphasis on that, because people will behave the way they feel like they're treated, and it's just really important that we have a strong, positive culture in this system. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's
Okay.
a pleasure to serve the board.
Looking forward to the year ahead. Our next agenda item
Year? I
is-
thought it was a decade. Just checking.
Oh,
All right.
it's a decade, all right. 12 years now.
Our next agenda item is number 8. We will get our quarterly update, our first quarterly update on safety and security. And I wanted to say that this is also very responsive to the board. Last year, we got feedback from board members that they wanted to see a safety and security update before school started, so that we could inform our community about security in our schools. So Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, President Silvestri, and I'm very excited to welcome some familiar faces and a new face to MCPS to the table to join. As you mentioned, safety is a critical part of our launch to the school year and how we do business. And so it is my pleasure to welcome Marcus Jones to the team as our Chief of Safety and Security. And one of the ways that we got to congratulate Mr. Jones, no longer Chief Jones, but Mr. Jones on his appointment was, welcome to the team. You get to give a presentation in a few weeks. But we're thrilled. And this commitment to safety is not just a statement, it's a guiding principle. And that is absolutely a part of our landscape. And we recognize that there have been some significant challenges, and we're committed to addressing those challenges. I'll also add that this is not just a one-time event or a one-time focus on safety, but a series that will be covering lots of different dimensions of safety and security over the next several years to make sure that not only are we providing the highest quality instruction in MCPS, but we also have the safest schools in America. So without further ado, I'm delighted to welcome Mrs. Edwards, Mr. Jones, and Dr. Moran to share their details on how we can move MCPS forward as a safe and secure school system.
So good afternoon to President Silvestri and the board. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you all this afternoon. And I also would say thank you for allowing me for this appointment to be in this very important role for our school system, which I have always grown to love throughout the many years. In my previous role, working on the police department and having so many relationships with so many folks in our community, and so it's a pleasure to serve in this capacity. And I look forward to partnering with you all to make our schools safer. And again, I want to stress that today. Montgomery County Public Schools is committed to providing for the safety of all persons on Montgomery County Public Schools property, and to create and maintaining safe, peaceful schools and workplaces where students and staff can do their best work, achieve, and to thrive. And the first thing I think that we really must work very hard at is creating a safe and welcoming environment. That is vitally number one. Is that we understand that there are those who feel that they may not be safe in the learning environment. They may not be safe in their workplace. And that is something, whether it's perceived the reality of that reality or it's just a perception or it is real, we have to address that. And so that is my number one goal, to work very diligently into making sure that we can obtain that. I think this has to be a holistic approach. This cannot just be the safety and security team that's providing a safe and secure environment, a safe and welcoming environment. It must be everyone, an all hands on deck approach. And I think it starts with the leadership. It starts with us at the top, that we really drive down the theme that it is my job, it's your job, it's our job to maintain safety and security in our school environment on a daily basis. And what I mean by that is merely stating to many of our staff members, we want you to be visible. We want you to be in our hallways. We want you to be in our stairways. We want to make sure that you understand where your blind spots are in your schools as you work with our security teams and we address these issues that need to be addressed in our schools. And we're not asking our staff members to get involved. For example, if there is a scuffle, if there is a fight, to actually break that up. We're asking them to be the best witness possible. But the backside of that, it really does fall into if they are actually playing in the role of in a higher visibility. I believe, as Ms. Rivera-Oven spoke earlier today about those hall monitors that we all kind of grew up with, and we were always kind of keeping one eye on because we knew that they were basically the eyes and ears and paying attention to our behaviors. This is the same type of approach that I think we need to bring back and really push that forward, working with our school staff. And it's something that I'm, again, in my role as the Chief of Safety and Security, it's really about collaboration. And it's a collaboration across all facets of our system, that it's not just we're doing this in a silo approach. It has to be a collaborative approach and for us to be successful and to have these outcomes. So prevention is number one, a priority from that standpoint, that we're preventing things from happening by being visible. If we're not visible, it's highly more than likely that things may occur. And so the more that we can become visible, that will be one of our strategies moving forward, that really we know exactly what's happening. Again, this is something that comes from leading from the top. So if we could go to our next slide. Again, looking at that multi-layered safety and security approach for creating the environment in which I speak to. And then if we could go to our next slide, please. Again, we are committed to this, where we have this focus on increasing the confidence amongst everyone that's involved in that commitment to safety and security. And really, we have to acknowledge and understand what still needs to be done, because there's a lot of work that I think in my short tenure that has been identified that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's some things that need to be restructured. There's things that may need reorganization. But these are things that I think over time we will get to them, but we need to deal with some issues at the very beginning. We want to increase that transparency and accountability. It's most important that we acknowledge what's happening in our schools. When we don't acknowledge what's happening, we're not getting to the root cause of what is going on in our schools. We can't address any problem if we don't know that it is occurring. So the reporting process is going to be very important moving forward of how we really dissect that data and the information that's behind the data, because the data says some things, but it doesn't speak to everything. And we really need to get behind what is actually occurring in our schools to be able, and that's what I'm looking forward to, providing those quarterly updates to you all about what is occurring in our schools and how is that happening. Again, implementing those fundamental safety and security practices and really focusing on decreasing the number of serious incidents that are occurring on our school campuses. These are the goals that we need to set forth. What can we control and how can we control that to move that needle in a very negative sense of in that process. These are some things we'll look at, whether it's the expanding our student IDs pilot that we had. We're also working on more training for our students and staff on school safety procedures. I know there's been a big issue centered around monitoring restrooms. We want to be able to be involved in that. Addressing and reducing substance abuse is a major priority of mine, as it was in my previous role as the chief of police, as well as additional security technology that we think would be best served. So at this point, we'll go to the next slide, and I will turn it over to Dr. Moran.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Taylor, President Silvestri, and members of the Board of Education. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss what will be a driving focus of our school year today and every day of the 2024-2025 school year. I want to start just by acknowledging the room for improvement that we have with safety and security. If we go back to last spring, there was a lot of conversations about and discussions about things that needed to take place, and they weren't implemented in the manner that they should have been. So I think it's important to just acknowledge that. and moving forward our commitment to making sure that our say and do are aligning as we move into this new school year. You'll see data right here. This is certainly is alarming data and demonstrates the need for enhanced safety and security protocols across the school system. A couple of things I just wanted to share about this data so that to provide some context. So these are the top 5 incident categories that impact school safety. Fighting an attack on others, knives and other weapons, false alarms or bomb threats, drugs, controlled substances, and trespassing. I also want to acknowledge that we're aware of the limitations of the serious incident data and are looking at ways to redefine how we capture it in order to identify areas for both the need of students in schools as well as increased transparency with you as we have these quarterly updates. The bomb threats piece, and so I'm not going to touch much on that one because Mr. Jones, sorry, not Mr. Jones, will be talking a little bit about that one. But on this specific slide, you're going to see the data from the 2022-2023 school year in the gray bar, and the data from the 2023-2024 school year in the blue bar. As you can see, there was an increase in the possession of knives and other weapons, an increase in false alarm or bomb threats, and an increase in trespassing occurring on school grounds. Again, Mr. Jones will provide some more specific information about how we're changing our response to bomb threats this year. I do want to just note, while we saw increases in these 3 areas, it is also important to note that there was a significant decrease in the reports of fighting an attack on others. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this slide provides you with the number of incidents in the left-hand column, and on the right-hand column provides you with the percentage. You'll notice the grand total of incidents from 2022 to 2023 was 875. It decreased by over 100 to last school year. While you can see that the overall number of incidents decreased, percentages increased in all categories except for fighting an attack on others, as I shared on the previous slide. I'd like to draw your attention to the 2 blue bars, specifically drugs and controlled substances. You'll notice a decrease in the number of incidents, but you're going to see an increase in the percentage there from 25.6 to 27.2. So that is, again, just to kind of frame some of the context, pull that data out for you to frame our discussion with you today. So I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Jones to talk a little bit more about that data.
Thank you, Dr. Moran. The last item that I want to really talk about is about our bomb threat response. One thing that I have realized, again, in my previous role as the chief of police, and being acutely aware of all of the bomb threats that MCPS would receive on a daily basis, seeing that we had an increase, of course, in these incidents, is that there were grave concerns when we looked into the investigations of these particular events, and we discovered that many of these calls came from outside of Montgomery County. They came from outside of the state of Maryland, and in fact, in a few occasions, they came outside of the United States. And I think when I look at our response, and I have obtained significant information from the FBI and the response that really brought in all law enforcement leaders to talk about their responses to many of these types of threats, is to really look at the information. Times have changed. Right, when we look at our protocols, and I look at the current protocols of MCPS, we're not including the dynamics of social media, of way computers can be really masked to hide these offenders who are sending in these threats to create massive disruption to our classrooms in our school systems on a daily basis. And so what I am working to revise our protocols that will say that we will respond differently. We will have different protocols. We will not be so call it a knee-jerk reaction. We will look at the information to make the best decision to minimize disruption. To make decisions that, working with our law enforcement partners, working with the principals in a collaborative approach to come up with the best strategy possible to assess any threat that comes in for our schools. There will be maybe an incident that says that absolutely we have to evacuate the school. The BCC event last year reminds me of that exact type of scenario. But there are also scenarios that suggest that we absolutely don't need to evacuate. We don't need to disrupt. We have other ways to actually search, to check, and to make sure that there is no viable threat as we utilize other law enforcement capabilities of finding out exactly what's behind that. So these are some of the changes that are coming forth, and we'll be excited to report on that as we come up with our next quarterly report.
Ms. Wolf has a question.
I have a question, Chief. The numbers for 23, 24, particularly fighting, that looks like an awfully low number to me, at least from what I could see on social media even. So I'm trying to understand what direction the schools are being given in terms of reporting that kind of number, because I believe that a lot of them are not reporting to make themselves look better. And so how do we address that problem?
So, Ms. Wolf, thank you for raising that. So I want to just agree with you that the number of incidents, when you look at that number and you think about the number of school days and what we've experienced, the validity of that is extremely questionable. The number is reported. So I'm going to go back to just kind of repeat what you just said. So there is the actual number, which is much higher than 130. We know that. So one of the things that we have done is just last week went through the process of reporting serious incidents with all of our principals. It was great to have our assistant principals at A&S as well. Okay. And a lot of times I think and what we don't do a great job of is providing a rationale for why it's important to report. One of the things that a report does is it initiates essentially a call around across all of central office. So as opposed to the school having to reach out to all these different offices, supports can be deployed strictly based off of that report number and it being generated so it's a communication device. So we have talked about the accountability piece. We pulled out numbers specifically by school. There are numbers in schools where they are extremely high, where frankly, they report everything. And there are numbers in schools where they are extremely low, indicating that they don't have a reporting process that provides us with the valid numbers that you're referring to. So we've reset expectations with that. There's a system in place in terms of reporting it. And we are committed to ensuring that we are, having checks and balances along the way and coming to you throughout the year to report out on these numbers each quarterly.
I think that the principals and the assistant principals also have to feel that they are not going to be punished as a school, if I could use that term, because of what's going on in the building, and that they will be provided the support to address the issue rather than being fearful of reporting it to us. Because I think that that's at the heart of the problem. They don't want to be the school that says they have 1,000 incidents, because then it looks like the principal is a problem. And maybe she isn't, or he or she is or isn't. But they need to know that the support that they need to address the problem is going to be provided. Also, I wanted to know, and maybe I missed this because, I was on vacation and I'm tired, but did I get a listing of breakdown by schools for this data? I wanted to get breakdown by school and demographic data.
We did provide that information. What you see here is just what you see here, but we did share information by specific school, each of the individual incidents that occurred in the school. In the memo, it was a holistic number, so you could take a look by school, but we did provide that.
Okay, because what I'm also not able to tell from looking at this is repeat offenders.
Right.
You know, and looking for patterns.
And I think that's one of the things that that you're hearing is we have a limitation that we do need to address this year with how the data is collected. There's a component around what the actual incident is, what different people may categorize the incident, the variance in terms of the reporting, and then connecting it back to the actual who. So that will be a part of the build out for the coming year to go back to, are the things that we're implementing to address this actually working, and we should be able to connect it back to the data.
Mr. Vera-Evans?
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to piggyback off my colleague, Mrs. Wolf, because we were having a little side talks about those numbers. And Marcus, you and I go way back, way back. And one of the things that with our superintendent's 6-month plan, one of the things that he's talking about is we need to move forward with trust. Okay, so for me, this is where this fits in, right? Because we had quite a few of our schools who made the news because of fights last year. So when you present to me 130 incidents with 160,000 plus kids with just 25 high schools in Montgomery County, not even the middle schools, not even the elementary schools, then what you're telling me is there were 70, 80 schools that never saw a violent incident at all. And you and I know that is not true. So I want to echo what my colleague said and see how we can actually, because guess what? When we are not truthful as adults with what's going on in our schools, we are not helping our kids. They're the ones who are not going to be the benefits of, right? Because then we're giving this perception that, you know, things are not that bad. But at least in my district, in the high schools that I visit, the middle schools that I visit, I know they're bad, right? Because I get the calls from the parents, I get the calls from the, I was there actually a couple of times when the fights broke out in a couple of the schools. So I want us to, I want to know, how are we going to move forward with trust? So when you come to me next year, I can see actually what is really, truly going on in our school system. So we can then go to council, then we can go to other grants and get the funding that we need in order to combat some of these behaviors that we're seeing with our young people, right? And one of the things that we've been talking about it is young people need to feel that they belong, that, that they're safe, that they're happy in school. Like we have a huge truancy issue, right? And there's a link to the fights in school and so on. There's a link of a lack of safety. And I just think, at this point where we are, we just need to be truthful with our data and what's truly going on. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to move forward to make it even safer for our children. And I think we're all here for all those reasons. So help me out. You were on the other side of the aisle, right? You went through some of the pain of you know that we're missing a piece here. So I just want to know, this is a new dawn, a new day in MCPS. How do we move forward with trust to make sure that our administrators, that our teachers, that they feel comfortable reporting what's going on in their buildings without feeling that they're going to be, a perception that they're not doing their job, because we know that's not the case.
Absolutely. And I've heard this way too long. And coming here and again understanding that I am, I have an insight because I've been in the inside, you might say, of incidents that occur not only at our schools but in our community. So I think Dr. Taylor said it best. I think when he was at A&S last week, and he said to all of the principals and assistant principals, you know, when you have things, it is what it is. You know, and we have to acknowledge what these things are, and when we acknowledge them and we report them out, then therefore we are able to look at true data. It just reminds me of example in the years of policing that we would hear often about people talking about fudging the numbers to make your numbers look better, right? To say your community is safer. But when you say you have certain offenses that occur in your community, you have to acknowledge the problems that you have. Otherwise, you can do nothing to resolve much of what you all have already described. You can't solve the problem when you don't know. And so for us to be able to really get to the root cause, we've got to do the most honorable thing, as noted, is that we have to report properly. I see significant challenges, but I think they can be met. With Ms. Edwards spoke about when we talk about the reality of the data and how do we report the data and the understanding of the reporting of the data, that is going to be vitally important for us to really take a deeper dive into that. Because, you know, do people look at certain things and say, well, that wasn't a fight, right? Because in their own mind, they're saying, well, we don't have to report on that. But others would have viewed it as, oh, that was a fight, right, for real. So we have to really get beyond and not, as you all have already stated, and I won't reiterate it, but to really get into not pushing things aside when we have to deal with these problems. And so again, the first thing that I'm going to be looking at in collaboration with Dr. Moran and others is to really focus on this, our serious incident reporting. What does that really say? I have lots of questions. I know they have been very open with me and been very forthcoming in saying that we're willing to look at this and come up with new strategies that will be better for reporting out for data, for information that you as the board need, the community needs, we all need in order to be able to come up with a better plan.
Dr. Moran?
So I just wanted to connect something to that too, just to provide some context from the school perspective as well. There is reporting for the sake of reporting, but there's also reporting for the sake of asking for support. And you report sometimes or don't report based off of the quality of service that you're going to receive as a result of the report that you're filing, right? So one of the things that on the central services part that we need to own is that when these are reported, there is follow-up work for us to do in terms of supporting the school through the process, whether it's the communication process, the disciplinary process, the restorative justice process, any process. So I just wanted to say that you'll see those numbers increase also as the service we're providing is delivered in a stronger, more effective way.
Thank you. Mrs. Modrowski, and then we'll continue with the presentation.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to start off by saying how happy I am to see the three of you sitting here together like this, because it's going to take all of you to make improvements in this. And a lot of what I had written down to ask about and whatever has already been touched on. And Dr. Moran, you actually just said, one of my big things was about the supports. And, I hear we say that we have emergency teams that go out when there's an incident. And then I hear from schools that nobody came here, so, and I don't know if it's because it was not something that qualified to send a team out or whatever, but just consistency in how we support our schools, I think, is going to be really important. And to my colleagues' points, just making sure that no principal ever feels as though there's going to be negative consequences to reporting stuff. I will say also, I want to touch on what you said about how you view something sometimes. I was at a high school and a big, what I consider to be a huge fight broke out, girls pulling each other's hair and whatever. And I waited for days to see the incident report to us, and it didn't come in because from what I ended up hearing, it was over really fast. So, and no one got hurt. So it wasn't really a fight. And to me, it was a fight. I don't know. But just making sure that we kind of are all on the same page about what constitutes something worth reporting or something necessary to be reported. And then needing to know what's really happening and how. Reporting needs to be a little bit more specific, I feel like, sometimes. Like, so for example, trespassing, does that include vandalism? I mean, I'm just assuming that if somebody goes onto the campus at night and spray paints stuff on the schools, that's trespassing as well as
So
vandalism.
this would also quantify trespassing during the school day, where either a student or someone who's not a student comes on school grounds.
But so
it wouldn't encompass vandalism.
Oh.
It would not.
Okay. But do you even mark that somebody trespassed? Even if
Like dual, you mean like
Yeah.
in multiple categories?
Yes.
And I think that's one of the things that Ms. Edwards was sharing in terms of like us firming up like our system. Like, so you could, in some of these incidents that are on here, they would check multiple boxes, right?
Right.
And so we need to make sure that, that data that comes in, from a principal, from an administrative secretary, whoever is reporting from the school, that it is, checking all the correct boxes and not just one.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And then just, like I said, also being more specific about, so that we can really kind of track, like, instead of it just being vandalism, what kind of vandalism? Is it not just hate vandalism? Is it anti-Semitic? Whatever it might be, so that we can really try and help address the issues that are at the core of what we're doing. And to that point, I think that sometimes we don't ever really talk about what actions are taken. So I don't know, we were getting bomb threats like every day for a little while, and I kept saying, does anybody know that you can go to jail for doing this? And because we don't, and I mean, I'm assuming you can go to jail for doing a bomb threat, right, to a school. But I'm not suggesting that we put student discipline out there, but I do think that our community needs to know that we're taking action and that there are consequences to participating in a fight or whatever the situation might be. So somehow just sort of keeping an eye on the way we let the community know that we're not just putting out that letter because something just happened. We're following through with it. It's a complete cycle until we get things better. So I appreciate the effort you guys are going to be putting into this because it's so important, and our kids do need to feel safe, as do our teachers and our staff, all of our staff actually. But thank you.
Okay, I see a lot of lights on. Just remember, we still have most of the presentation to get through, so your questions might be answered in the slides, but I'll go to Mrs. Evans, Ms. Harris, Pernille, and then Ms. Yang.
Sure, thank you. So I'm gonna go in a little bit of a different direction. Mr. Jones mentioned earlier about the social media piece that plays a huge role. So as I think about how students will get wind of the information that's happening in the schools, how they will relay that information to their parents. Can you just talk a little bit? I think it's important for our parents to also hear, as they're seeing this incidents report and they're seeing all the different incidents that happen in our schools. Can you talk about, and this probably is directed at Dr. Moran, can you talk about and explain to parents how and when they will be made aware of the serious incidents that are happening in the schools and from whom they can expect that message to come from, and kind of how far reaching that will be?
So I'm gonna thanks, Ms. Evans, for the question. I'm gonna hold on because we're gonna talk about the social media restrictions throughout the presentation in regards to the communication piece. So I think it's important to acknowledge that we're all the speed in which communication is disseminated we are always trying to beat things going out using social media, and it is a challenge that sometimes we're successful at, and sometimes we have not been successful at. The school system is committing to notifying, so the tiered safety protocol in terms of if it is a lockdown or a shelter, the school system is communicated that we are committed to communicating 20 minutes after that incident occurs, and then provide updates, even if there is not one, every 20 minutes following that. Now, the thing that we have heard feedback on is the variance in terms of that policy being implemented at one school versus another, where that people adhere to that, and then in other cases where they don't. That is something that we are partnering with system-wide safety and security, our directors, to really during the first month of school even go out and reinforce the expectations around communication, speak with them. The other thing I will tell you, Ms. Evans, and as we have new principals, is we have principals who attempt to do it all during an emergency situation. They attempt to be the communicator. They want to, manage the situation. They want to liaison with their security team. And so being more intentional around the assigning of roles and responsibilities via our OSET teams, so that you have a communications person that their sole responsibility is communications. And the principals need to be willing to give up that responsibility and trust that someone else will do it, so that information is going out as quickly as possible to our community.
So that if there's not a lockdown or shelter in place, then parents should not expect to get an update or a community letter about an incident that happened in school. Because sometimes what happens, Dr. Miranda, and the reason why I'm asking the question is because somebody might hear about a fight that took place in the school, and they want to have notice of what happened. And so are we saying to them that if it's not a lockdown shelter in place, that you might not get an update on every single incident that happens?
And that's what I think. So one of the things that we attempted to do last year was set the expectations with the community for what they could expect from us. That is something that we need to do again and be very clear and repetitive, working with our communications department about when and how people are going to hear from us. There are incidents that happen at school where it's not appropriate for us to immediately communicate because it requires an investigation. And what often happens is that some of that information that goes out to the community via social media ends up being false, and we have to correct the record on that. But I think it's just important that in the coming weeks, which is something we'll commit to do, is communicating to our partners in the community that parents and families will have a clear understanding of how and when we're going to communicate, the mechanisms that we're going to use for how communication goes out. There had been feedback that we received on multiple platforms being used. And I think staff needs to be a part of that as well, because there's also the piece where we've received feedback where something goes out to the community, staff finds out from a community member as opposed to receiving a direct message from their principal.
Yep, that was the whole point. I wanted you to be able to say, I want us to let our parents know in advance what they can expect to hear. And then one other thing, I don't know, are we tracking for the serious incidents that will result in a lockdown or shelter in place? Are we tracking and tying some of the mental health pieces that we're seeing from our students that are having or maybe experiencing issues of feeling safe in their school? Are we tying that or tracking that in some kind of way so that we can better assess if we have the right supports in the schools or what more we need to do? I just think that's really important as, different things trigger different students, and we may not think a certain incident may result in mental anguish for students, but are we somehow tracking and tying that together?
So that's great feedback. That's something that's school specific that principals often, do to collect that information, before an incident around the supports that are needed and also afterwards to evaluate the supports that were provided. But that is certainly something that, is a best practice that we need to work with principals to standardize.
Ms. Harris?
Yes, thank you. And I want to appreciate the comments of my colleagues about ensuring that we are being incredibly straightforward with community and honest with our data, and looking to have fidelity across schools about what's reported, how it's reported, when it's reported, because it is difficult for people to have such varying experiences of incidents happening in schools, especially when we have families who are part of multiple different school communities simultaneously, and they live those differences in real time. And that is something I think is so important for us to be very mindful of, and reduce that variance, as you've noted. And I do appreciate also Ms. Evans raising the issue that we just have to be mindful of the fact that we live in a time where social media permits students to share in real time video of incidents happening in their schools, and that gets at that the speed of light, that's disseminated. And then when the school either shares little or nothing about these incidents that are going out in real time, again, that's hard ground for us to recover when it comes to making families, community, students believe us when we say, you can trust us. So I'm really appreciating my colleagues really focusing on those things. And you may be getting to this, but I just want to share that from my perspective, I'm a public health person, so I am always focusing on the prevention side here. And so what I really hope we hear in the rest of this presentation gets to so many of the incidents and the conflict and the disharmony that comes into our school or erupts in our schools doesn't start there. It comes in from issues happening in the community. And so to prevent those incidents from really erupting in our schools, we've got to be so tightly connected to our partners, like the Positive Youth Development Team at HHS and the Street Outreach Network and our other trusted, community messengers, so that we are aware of what they're seeing, what they're hearing, what they're doing, and they can tell us and we can tell them, and we can really be working together to help minimize the extent to which any of that conflict, and conflict is inevitable between human beings, but the work that they're doing to diffuse and heal conflict in the community, and I just want to see that we are really conscious of the fact that really ideally what we want to do is not create some big martialized looking presence in schools that makes kids afraid and they don't do stuff, but that prevent them from even entertaining the thought of bringing this conflict into schools, because we're really working with our partners in the community to diffuse that conflict before it comes there. And then also realizing that, we talk about safety, but to me, safety is, how does every individual in that school building feel? Do they feel like they are safe being themselves? Do they feel like they are valued being who they are authentically in that space? Because if you feel safe, welcome, and valued where you are, then the odds or likelihood of you doing anything to disrupt that place dramatically decreases. So everything we do to create schools that are welcoming spaces for everybody, that's important work to reducing incidents. And I really hope we're going to focus on that piece of it as well, because the research is clear that the protective, positive, transformative impact on a young person of having a trusted adult is enormous. And, I think is the work. That is the prevention piece, is being a space where people feel safe and valued. So anyway, I hope that we're going to get there in this presentation.
Thank you. Board member, if we could make the questions really short. We still have a lot of slides to get through, please. Mr. Savarna.
So my question related to, and I appreciate you acknowledging the incompleteness of sort of the serious incident reporting mechanisms and how that can kind of play a factor in the data that we have. So when a school administrator or a school decides to issue punishments in accordance with Student Code of Conduct, for a certain level of punishments, do they have to report a serious incident notification, or is it not required at all?
So I wanted to share something that it's important to connect to the low number of fights. And this is I think something that needs to be adjusted in our system. So the reports for fights, the guidelines around reporting that serious incident is if it results in hospitalization, significant bodily injury that requires emergency personnel to respond. So when you see that 130, that's what that 130 accounts for. It doesn't account for the more just, I don't know, I'm trying to phrase it correct, but a lesser fight that doesn't result in it. So those aren't included in that number. I'm sharing that transparently also just to tell you that that's a problem in and of itself, because it doesn't give the seriousness that then a fight that doesn't result in a bodily injury would require. So I wanted just to share that piece with you. To answer your question directly in terms of the disciplinary consequences, repeat it for me real quick.
So my question was, if it results in disciplinary consequences, does it require a serious incident notification? But I think you kind of answered that and said no.
It doesn't.
All right. So is there, and then a follow-up question, this is my final thing, is there any way to use the disciplinary consequences that, because I'm assuming admin have to report that back to central offices as a way to sort of gauge other numbers of fights that aren't reported in the serious incident mechanisms?
So yeah, so we can cross-reference those. So what we do is we pull data that are suspension data and look at the suspensions that were a result of fighting that may not be in that 130. So there is, but there, I believe there's also probably a much more efficient way to merge those two systems together, where we're collecting it where there is a fight that results in a suspension, and we're getting a report of that through one channel.
Got it. Thank you. So just for the future, that's something that's going to be considered within the reporting.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Ms. Yang.
Yes, so my question is related to discipline. So I try to understand when an incident happened, when we look at the student behavior guideline, they are level 1, level 2 to level 5 disciplinary action. At what level it needs the central office signing off? It needs the director or some office to sign up before the principal can hand down the disciplinary action.
So it would be a 10-and-E where the director or associate superintendent needs to be consulted, not on a school suspension.
Okay, all right. So your 10-and-E means
10-day suspension with a recommended expulsion.
Anything below that doesn't need.
No, I mean, they often, what principals will do is we'll consult with their director on it, kind of go walk through to ensure that they are, well, internally there's a process that they use at the school where they work collectively so they're not making decisions in isolation, and we're looking at it from differing perspectives. And then there are many times where principals will reach directly out, to their director to discuss the situation to ensure that they're applying the code of conduct appropriately. Okay,
so in the upcoming presentation, what I'm looking for is, besides the number we are reporting, we know that should be tied to intervention, support measures, and disciplinary actions, right? We also know that needs to tie into student, how clear they are of the expectation of their behavior expectation. It ties into the staff member, how clear the guideline is, and what kind of autonomy they feel they have in doing their job, right, and manage the situation. We have seen reference in our safety audit of some of our personnel saying they do not actually report or send kids to the office anymore because they feel there's nothing being done. So I hope I can hear there's some strategies that we are employing in dealing with these situations.
And coming up on one of the next slides is we're going to talk about how we're standard setting the code of conduct and expectations for student conduct across all 211 schools. So I can wait and we get to that, we'll go a little more depth.
Thank you so much.
Let's proceed with the presentation, and let's hold our questions till we finish the slides. Go ahead.
If we could go to the next slide. So we're going to talk about district-wide safety and a multi-layered approach with the following four titles. First, we're going to have Dr. Moran talk about the conditions for success centered around the code of conduct. We'll also talk about our emergency preparedness, physical infrastructure, as well as where we see us moving forward with staffing and training. So, Dr. Moran.
Yeah, we could go to the next slide, please. So first off, I just want to start with who sets the conditions for success, and that would be all of us, right? So school-based staff, of course, our parents and families, the students themselves, our community, everyone has ownership in setting the conditions for success around school safety. Having school environments that are rooted in wellness, safety, inclusivity go a long way in preventing discipline issues, just as Ms. Harris was talking about. To this end, we've taken some key steps to ensure that we are clear with our students about what we expect and that we are strategic in decreasing the variability of student experiences across schools. The first one I just want to start with, and I'm going to be lengthy on this slide, I apologize in advance, but each year the Code of Conduct goes through a collaborative revision process involving the Office of School Support and Improvement, the Appeals Unit, General Counsel, and the Office of Wellbeing and Student Services. For the 24-25 school year, there are a few significant changes that I just want to highlight. The first is that the matrix has been reformatted for clarity, adding an additional column for context and factors to be considered by school leaders when determining a disposition. That goes back to the levels. Additional language has been added within each incident row to provide increased specificity of behaviors that may inform the final disposition determinations. And at the recommendation of the appeals office and through a review of the principals at each of the PLC level, elementary, middle, and high school, grade level recommendations have been added to some of the disciplinary actions. This was done because the application of the code of conduct for a third grader and a 10th grade student should be done differently. And there are certain places where consequences were being applied in the same manner, knowing that some behaviors are sometimes more socially appropriate as kids age and move or matriculate through grade levels. In October 2019, the Wilmer Hale report recommended that MCPS develop a comprehensive student training that included content on recognizing and reporting hazing in athletics. This culture of respect module has been revised to include new and updated protocols on recognizing and reporting incidents of hate bias, as well as allegations of bullying and sexual harassment or assault. As a result of increased incidents with students looking at climate data from specific schools and voice data, so MCPS is mandating that all of our secondary students engage with 2 student expectation modules and lessons that will be administered during their advisory periods at the middle and high school level. The first is the aforementioned, the culture of respect, and the second pertains to the student code of conduct and rights and responsibilities. Just to go back in time, and you guys will remember this, we used to send home the student code of conduct, and we used to have parents send it back, sign. We are getting back, and adjusting this to a place where it'll be shared at the school level, standardized across all 211 schools, or I'm sorry, all middle and high schools, and then it will be available to parents at home to view, and they'll be encouraged to view as well. Students will indicate that they've seen it and they've watched it, and they're in one of the questions that we received at a recent community meeting was, if it's just a module, will it really make a difference? It's a module followed by a lesson and discussion around the contents of it. So that'll take place as students return. All of our principals have been informed about these expectations and are prepared to implement this during the first week of school. Additionally, I want to just highlight the social media, which Ms. Evans asked about earlier. We've sent out information about this, but the Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter access as of August 1st, students will be unable to access these social media sites when connected to our network. So when connected to the MCPS network, they will not be able to access those sites. These are the three social media sites that high school students had previously had access to. And this is in alignment with the Surgeon General's warning about the harms of social media. So that is being implemented. The second piece, which I know is one that has been discussed and was part of the resolution of the board, was the goal in reducing variation and setting expectations with student IDs. I really want to take a moment to recognize and commend our high school principals who have taken that resolution very seriously. Currently, right now, we have 20 out of our 25 high schools that are prepared to implement after getting their student photos and things done. They collaborated with their communities around the expectations for this, worked with student groups around how they would implement this, how students would demonstrate that they have their ID, looking at a one-way entry point into a building. We've had, as you know, cases where there's multiple entry points where students would come in, show their ID, and it was also the feedback that we received from high school principals that have done this in previous years, Walter Johnson, Richard Montgomery, and Rockville, that it was very advantageous when students are returning from open lunch. That goes back to that trespassing data point, right? Gives our staff the opportunity to ask anyone to, show their ID if they see a student that they don't feel is a student at that particular school. The other part is the clarity around the MOU that supports the CEO program and community engagement. That is something that's coming, and I'll let Mr. Jones speak a little bit more about that, but we are providing clarity around what that document says and better defining the roles. I'll give you an example of that. What it says in the Memorandum of Understanding is that the CEO should have access to office space for them to be on site. And there are schools that are providing that or possibly not providing that in some cases, or there's the CEO not accessing it or utilizing it. So there's standardization that needs to happen at all of our high schools with that as well. So I want to pause on that one and also just let Mr. Jones chime in on the CEO program with any additional information.
Thank you, Dr. Moran. And again, I think it's important for us when we talk about understanding the CEO program as is laid out in the MOU, and for everyone to understand those dynamics for implementation, to include the police officers with the administrators, there has to be, again, a clear understanding of the expectation of the officer's work at any particular school, and the engagement with the officer to allow the officer into the space. Again, we're not focusing on having the police officers patrol the hallways. That's not what we're looking at, any significant changes, but we are saying that we want some visibility to allow that officer to have some accessibility to the school, to work with the security staff, to share information, share intelligence with all parties involved, and whatever those demands that the principals or the administrators need, that the officers will be able to be able to communicate and to work with them to provide that. So we're going to, again, make sure that those lines of communications are open and that they're clear, because in my opinion, they're not. Because I've heard from both sides that there seems to be a disconnect in some cases. Some principals do it very well with their CEOs, and then in some cases we do see a breakdown. But again, we know everyone's not created equal. as it relates to what their needs are. So we need to really have those laid out and clearly defined, and we'll work really hard to make sure that we get that moving forward. So, okay.
Thank you.
Next slide. So the next slide, we go through this pretty quick. For emergency preparedness, we've have training that's been required. That's been attended by 500 school-based administrators. Again, at the start of the school year, more training is being provided. Centered around the world of emergency planning, as well as by the 27th of September, we will have all schools complete a minimum of these 3 emergency drills. That's important: shelter in place, lockdown, as well as fires. We also want to have the schools, all of them, complete at least one parent-child reunification drill by the 25th of October, as well as an additional fire drill. Again, repetitiveness and making sure that people understand where they're supposed to go, what they're supposed to do in an emergency is vitally important. We've already talked about the bomb threat assessment protocols, and again, we're looking at enhancing security focus here at central office and other facilities to make sure emergency planning is also put into place for those facilities as well. Next is the physical infrastructure. Good news to report, next slide, is that all elementary schools have a full complement of cameras that have been funded by the operating budget, and thank you to the board and to other grants that we received. Again, we're focusing on moving forward with the vape detection sensors for restrooms at the high school. There's a lot of work that needs to be done around that to include the human aspect of that, to have more security assistance to be able to be available to support the administrators, and when those vape detectors go off, to have somebody go address the problem as it's occurring. There's a lot of work to be had behind that. And door alerts and locks, a high priority. Understanding that we have to make sure that all of our schools, that we're not creating an environment of propping our doors open that could lead to vulnerabilities, lead to possible some intrusion. So we want to focus on creating these alarms that will get notification so that those can be addressed, and making sure that the doors lock properly as they are being closed. So that's another focus that we'll be working with our facilities to make sure that has been handled as well. Next slide is staffing and training. Again, as I talked about developing that culture, that's important that everybody's engaged in the work of a community, that we're going to keep our school system safe and well. Looking at some leadership and staffing additions, of course, I'm in place. We have 7 school-based security assistants that we've added. We're still assessing more of that, what needs to be done. There is still a need, and that's something that I'm taking a hard look at, and I'll be working with Dr. Taylor on moving that forward. Specialized de-escalation training, very important. I think that we continue to push forward with that. Required training for our state training for our school-based staff. That is in place. Looking at improving our standard operating procedures for all of our security teams. And really, for me, the most important thing is consistency. We have to be consistent across the board of what security looks like in our system. And that's something that I am going to be really working hard to get us to that place of consistent of work that we face on a daily basis. The last thing I want to point out, though it's not on the slide, though, is that I've noticed, again, that how Narcan training is very important. So therefore, I directed our folks to implement, working with the Department of Health and Human Services, to have the trainer come in this Friday to train our security assistants with the preliminary block that they'll get for those who haven't received it yet, to get them so that they'll be able to carry Narcan on their person during this school year. So that is in the works, and I know Mrs. Savannah was engaged in that. May have more questions about that, but I know that that is on track. So. And next slide. Again, this is the dates that we have for our next Board of Ed updates on what we will be updating you all on these implementations of our security plan that we talked about today, talking about again the defining of serious incidents and how that data, which again we've talked about, how we really need to look at that and make some adjustments, and also the communications piece, which I deem as a very important aspect of this. I believe that we need a crisis alert system that communicates not only within the system and those individuals that need to know, but a real-time alert system that gets the emergency personnel there, that notifies those of what we need to do in a critical situation, and at the same time move forward in a way that notifies our parents, our relevant parents, and for that particular school, of the information that they need in a timely manner. That goes to a lot of the communication piece that we can improve upon. So I will be working very hard and diligently to try to get us to that next space. And the next slide is our summary slide. And I won't reiterate, but again, looking at this four-prong approach, I think is moving us in the right direction. I'll scratch the third bullet because I think we will move forward with some things, because we've found a way to, I think, get us to a place to support safety and security, working with Dr. Taylor in finance. So I'm looking forward that I think we have an opportunity to make some inroads on the things that really need addressing in a timely manner. And I'll pause there.
Okay. Thank you so much for that presentation. I'll ask my colleagues to turn their light on. I'll start with Ms. Rivera Oven.
Thank you so much. Just a couple of things that I know that we are looking at putting the vapor detectors in all the high school bathrooms. And from a previous conversation, I just want us to be very deliberate in making sure that that's the best way. And as I said before, I don't want us to give a false sense of safety to the community by saying that we have, vaping detectors in all the bathrooms of the high schools, because as we know, and some of the pilots that we did, they were not as effective. And if we're going to invest $2 million in this, I want us to just see if there's other ways that we can use the money to kind of do the same thing. And like I said, I'm a huge believer on human contact and having trusting adults in the school that know the kids, that that can actually, because we hear from principals, it drives them crazy, especially teachers that have adjacent classrooms to the bathrooms. That thing goes off. I mean, it's just more disturbing than it is effective. So I just want us to, before we embark in investing that amount of money, that we can look at best practices in that area. The other thing that I wanted that we really did not touch on is I didn't see any reports about lockdowns or shelter in place in our schools, because there's a lot of activity that goes around our schools that has a huge interference in the daily teaching of our children, that the crime in certain areas affects indirectly or directly on the teaching of our kids. I really would like to have an idea of what those areas are, so we can have a better understanding and how we can also provide to ensure that, that we have cameras that are properly, are working, that we don't have some of these antique cameras, but that we have a digital in areas where we know that there are some schools that are higher risk than others. So that was one. And the other thing that I'm still not clear on is, so we have had quite a few incidents where our children, unfortunately, especially our youth, are victims of crime right outside the school. How do we capture that data also? And I know that I personally dealt with a young man who was half a day just right outside school. He was assaulted, he was robbed at gunpoint, he was beaten, he ended up in the hospital, and his parents refused to send him back to school. He was homeschooled for the rest of the year. It was his senior year. And, it was such a shame, right? But how are we capturing those incidents? Because what I heard from the dad was that incident was really not reported because technically it happened right outside the school, but that's our student. And he was attacked by other students. So I just want us to capture the best weight of data that we can, because then that way we can either have more security outside in certain schools, that we see this kind of behavior happening and be more deliberate about it, or guess what? Partner better with our Montgomery County Police, with the officers that are already assigned to, to some of these schools, have a better kind of communication. And so I'm kind of looking for that data. And then something that Mr. Moran said earlier about the 130 incidents, that these are the serious of the serious incidents. These are the ones where we know that the kids ended up being hurt or gone to the hospital and so on. So then I want to know what happened to the kids, to those kids, like, were they suspended? How many out of those 130 kids were expelled, were put on suspension, were transferred to other schools? Because that's another thing that, that we see is that sometimes we transfer the kid to another school. So we're transferring the problem, right, around the district without dealing with the essence of the problem. So for me, that kind of data is vital when we are investing in programs that can be prevention. I just don't want to be reactive, because when we are reactive, we're really not doing diligence on being able to prevent the issues. So I don't know how ex-Chief Jones feels about all this, but I know that the more that we know what's going on inside and outside for schools, the better we are to be able to put programs in place that are going to be effective. Thank you.
Ms. Yang?
Yes, so first of all, thank you for this. This is very comprehensive. The graphic is a nice touch, and so thank you for the comprehensive report. Now, my question goes to the physical infrastructure. I appreciate we taking a look at the physical infrastructure. Now, every year we do CIP public hearing. That's where our community members come and share with us their concern about their physical building. Some of their concerns are about the safety of security of their building. And I know that our staff take copious notes. And I wonder, do we ever get back to the community? Do we ever evaluate their request and get back to the community, say yes or no when we're going to do this? So if I can, I would like to make that request again. Look through the last 2 cycles of public hearing, of CIP hearing, single out the safety and security request, get back to the community, evaluate it and get back to the community. And if it's warranted measures that need to be put in place, let's put them on the schedule to be addressed. Thank you.
Mrs. Wolf?
Thank you for the presentation. I have 3 questions, points, whatever you want to call them. One is, I want to know whether or not open lunch impacts the safety and security of our buildings. I know you may not have an answer today, but it's a question that comes up because when the kids go out, sometimes they bring in other kids with them. The second thing I was wondering about is you mentioned social media when Ms. Evans asked the question, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't take a look at cell phone use inside of our buildings in general. You know, I think that to disconnect from Twitter or X as it's called now, and Instagram and Snapchat and all those things isn't really going to solve the problem if they can switch to cellular and still access these things. So maybe we need to look, I know we have a cell phone policy, but maybe we need to look at implementation issues around that. And the third thing I wanted to mention was, I want to call you Chief Jones so bad. I have to stop and think. Mr. Jones said he wanted to be consistent on what security looks like across our system. You know, a while back, I wanted to have someone review and get out in the public and talk about how the CEO program is working. But when you start looking at consistency, I was in one of the high schools in my area at a meeting and found out that I believe it was 4 of our schools have CEOs on site full time. That's inconsistent with the MOU as I understand it. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't be going out getting an idea of how this program is really working and looking to see if it's working the way we intended or if it's having unintended consequences. Because as you know, a number of people in my community have had concerns about the police, and I just want to be sure that it's not resulting in unintended consequences and that the schools that do have them, if they have them on site as alleged, it's not just, it's not done by the race of the kids in the schools, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Modrowski.
Yeah, so very quickly, I know we already talked a little bit about the correlation between incidents and culture of the schools and looking at that and trying to address the root cause. I'm wondering if we include looking at academic outcomes at all, and if we don't, if we could, and if we do, if we could get some of that data at the next quarterly presentation, that would be great, or even as a follow-up, whatever you want. And then the other thing to add, Ms. Edwards, I'm guessing this you, but special education and whether or not we are examining, looking at, last year there was a, disproportionate number, particularly of Black males in special education being involved in incidents or disciplines. And I just want to know how we're not just tracking that, but addressing it in some way through the work that you all are doing. And I also wanted to just mention, I'd say thank you for all of this stuff. And I wanted to mention to you at our policy committee meeting, our upcoming policy committee meeting, we're looking at we're reviewing the student code of conduct for revisions and the staff code of conduct. So maybe we could connect and you could tell me what changes you've already made. That'd be great. Thanks.
Savarno.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, I just want to thank you guys for a wonderful put together presentation. I also want to talk about the ID policy for a second and give a quick shout out to our former student member of the board, Sami Saeed, who worked really heavily on passing a resolution that called for the research into this policy that's not being implemented. So just want to do a quick shout out there. Alongside that, I just also wanted to clarify for the Instagram and sort of that sort of social media aspect. Until now, within my experience and other students' experiences within schools, Instagram specifically had restricted functionality in the sense that you could only use the instant messaging services. So the actual app itself was restricted. You couldn't use the story functionality or the post functionality, except for the fact of using that instant messaging feature. So I just want to sort of clarify that, being the experience that I know I've had and other students have had. Alongside that, I also wanted to thank you guys for your work around Narcan in schools and Narcan on security guards. So one of my questions there was, do we have an expected rollout time of when we can sort of expect our security officers to have Narcan on their person throughout the school year?
I don't have an exact timeline. HHS, I know there's a little bit of, I guess, a supply issue. So we're working with them now to see if we can kind of zero in on when we would be expected to have everyone fully trained and be able to be issued the Narcan once it's available. So that's the key.
Got it.
Yeah.
But we have a timeline for training, though, however,
Yes,
right?
we have a timeline for training, right. So we have some folks who've already been trained, but we have a cadre of new folks. So they're getting the 2-hour block training, the initial training this Friday, and then we will roll them into the full training aspect probably by the end of September at the latest. So that'll at least have them that they'll be able to carry. Okay.
Got it. Thank you so much. So then, sort of moving on to some of my other questions. So when we're talking about implementing vape detectors within schools, I know we've had the pilot programs at a number of our high schools. Are we planning on using the same vape detectors that were used in the pilot programs within these schools? And is there sort of a policy or plan in place? Sorry, not policy. Is there a plan in place to sort of regulate the usage of the vape detectors? And I know we were talking about standard operating procedure in a different sort of topic, but in the sense of vape detectors, when they go off, how to respond to them?
Just to go back, I think you brought up the pilot, which was a critical point, and just we learned a lot from that pilot. We learned the different companies that actually produce them. We learned the response time and kind of the things that were irritants, I think we heard, to people around them. The part that we will take from that pilot are the best practices in terms of to be able to move forward. It has been a while since we've done that, so we will need to engage with our schools, our principals, in addition to the security-based staff to be able to do it. But we do have a good starting ground.
Got it. Thank you. The reason why I ask is hearing from my constituents, the students, typically they will say the vape detectors can be triggered by things like perfume, things like that. So I just want to make sure that's acknowledged and being considered through the process. All right. So next up, you guys had mentioned human assistance in terms of as it relates to the vape detectors and as part of something that we want to implement. Do we have a number of of the increase in human resources or allocation that we're having there?
I don't think we have a solid number at this point. I know there is some funding allocated for positions, so we have to go through that to see how many positions we would actually be able to utilize. Right.
Got it. And then in that sort of same vein, many students have sort of talked about and echoed their concerns regarding the bathrooms in school in the school system being closed due to safety reasons. Security guards not being able to walk through the halls and do a full sweep, so they have to close the bathrooms in order to make sure that there's safety implemented there. Would this increase number be able to help that, and would that also be addressed through the standard operating procedure that you guys were planning on implementing?
Yeah, first I would say yes, that would be the goal, right? That absolutely, to minimize the amount of closures of bathrooms due to the lack of security. Second of all, I think it warrants us to really take a hard look at, and I need to evaluate really what is sort of our plan for each school, because each school is different, but we need to really evaluate where those needs are. So that's something that I can report back out on once I can kind of assess as we implement this moving forward. But it's going to take a little bit of evaluation part on my part, because I don't know the answer today, to be quite frank. So.
Yeah, so what you're saying is like looking at the evaluation of which bathrooms are closed where, for how long, and then coming back and seeing what can be done about that.
I mean, particularly if we look at it from a standpoint, is it because we have the lack of personnel? Are there other factors that are prohibiting us from having personnel dedicated to addressing those issues at those bathrooms? Right.
Got it. And so I'm not asking for a definite answer right now, but you're saying the hope is that the human assistance, like the extra resources allocated there, could be somewhat of a help in.
I think that would be part of, I'm not going to say it's going to solve the problem, but it's going to be of an assistance, right? And we're going to see the value in that. And that's what we're going to be evaluating as well.
Got it. And then my final thing was around the crisis alert system. And so within many student groups and things that students have brought up to me is they mentioned, safety buttons within bathrooms and around the school system. I know at schools like Seneca Valley, they have safety buttons strategically placed around the school. And so my question is, would there be a possibility, or is there a plan in maybe looking into some of these systems for bathrooms or other places within the school system, or maybe doing a further sort of rollout or implementation there?
Yeah, I just think, I'm at the very initial stage of evaluating these crisis alert systems. So I'm open to listening to ideas surrounding anything that we think would be of value. That's going to be vitally important, and I will take that into consideration, something similar to the Seneca Valley, which I was not aware of. So thank you for letting me know that.
Got it. Thank you. So just to sort of do some final clarification. So the vape detectors, that you're using the pilot program data to sort of figure out the best practices and then implementing it there. For the sort of human assistance, we don't have an exact number yet, but we'll figure that out as we sort of clarify and finalize funding. And then the hope there is, and this is not final yet, but that would help the bathroom situation after evaluation. And then the crisis alert system is still in the initial stages of being researched.
Mr. Serrano, you said human assistance?
Yeah, that was a phrasing that was used within the presentation.
Yeah, we were talking about like security, additional security assistance.
Okay,
That's what he's
school-based
talking about.
security assistance.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was something like.
Yeah. Human assistance was
robotic.
the words that was used in the presentation. So.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Evans?
Yes, okay, I'll be brief. I want to say that this is a great way to start the school year every year, I believe, a safety and security update, and it could probably get to what Ms. Yang spoke of earlier when we have different people come to our hearings and talk about what they want to see. To me, this is a great example of not only board members have said that they want to be able to see happen in our schools around safety and security, but we've had students come and testify before the board, as well as families and other advocacy groups. So I do appreciate everybody that has given some input and feedback as to what they would like to see happen around safety and security measures. I do believe some of that has been infused in this presentation. So just wanted to say thank you for getting us off to a good start and having this conversation very early at the beginning of the school year, where parents can and families can feel safe about and assured about what's happening in our school district.
Okay. I just wanted to reiterate my colleagues' comments about using the best practices to ensure that our vape detector implementation is based on what's going to work for our schools and a good use of that settlement money. I want to reiterate the need to have our bathrooms open so that our students can use them effectively, and I get it's a balance between security and keeping them open, but that's just an essential function of a school, so we have to really prioritize that. 7 school-based security assistants that are coming, they're not yet hired, is that correct? And you're going to evaluate where you're going to place them depending on need. That has not been determined yet.
That's correct, right.
Could you just explain a little bit briefly about the cell phone pilot?
Yeah.
That's very hot
Thank you, 'cause I
topic
was gonna-
right now. And so I think the community would appreciate a little bit of explanation of what the plan is for the cell phone pilot.
Yeah, and I do want to just take the opportunity just and say one thing about the bathroom piece real quick, just so we're all on the same page. We're not closing bathrooms this year. So we heard from students, got a lot of feedback around that being a practice. And I recognize there are schools that never close their bathrooms at all. And many of our high schools do not close their bathrooms. We have to get to a place where we're utilizing the resources that we have within our schools to ensure that that's not a practice. It's impacted the health of a lot of our students. I've heard from parents, I've heard from students, and so I just want to say that we're not going to be utilizing that as a practice this year.
Good. Thank you.
I can speak very briefly on the cell phone pilot. Thank you, Ms. Wolf, for mentioning the importance of thinking about how cell phones are being used in school. The cell phone pilot is part of a comprehensive evaluation this year of our current COGRA regulation, which is our personal mobile device regulation. Our goal is that we will be taking a look this spring at our regulation in order to determine what changes are potentially needed for the next school year. In order to inform that process, a few things are happening. First, Shared Accountability is doing a comprehensive evaluation of implementation of our current regulation. But concurrently, we have reached out to a number of schools who are interested in piloting a more restrictive environment where cell phones are away all day and are not out from morning until before and after school are different. And then what we're doing is, as central office, is working with them to provide innovative ways to make sure that they can implement this with fidelity, because this is a complex issue, especially at the high school level. So we had a meeting last week with a number of interested schools. They have until September 2nd to communicate their interest. We're working on some supportive resources for them. Their implementation is going to be part of the comprehensive evaluation that Shared Accountability is going to be doing. And we are also, even though we're working with those select group of schools, we sent out information and supportive resources to every single school on how to make sure they were even implementing the current regulation with fidelity, and some good tips and tricks. And I would be remiss if I didn't give a little shout out to Lisa Klein, who has been working with us side by side on this and really helping garner a lot of resources for us to help support the schools.
And in just a reminder, what does the current regulation say?
There is flexibility in the regulation. Currently, no elementary school students can have cell phones at all during the day. Middle school, they cannot be used during the day. It is up to the discretion of the principal if they are used at lunch, and teacher discretion if they're used for instructional purposes, and that's where we get into some issues. High school, they can use at lunch, they can use in transition time, and teacher discretion for instructional use only during class. So you will see that there are a number of leadership teams within the schools, even who are not part of the pilot, who have already decided to restrict access at all and minimize access to the instructional use during class time, and saying no to that at this point.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Mr. Savarna, and then Dr. Taylor has some closing comments.
Yeah, so I just wanted to sort of circle back to the bathroom thing one more time, just to clarify. So if I go into school this upcoming school year, I shouldn't see a bathroom closed for security reasons, right? Correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's something I can bring back to my constituents when they ask me that.
Yep, you can.
All right. Thank you. And then my sort of next sort of piece was relating to the cell phone policy. I just want to emphasize, when we're looking at the cell phone policy, I understand the importance of making sure that students are engaged throughout the school day. But I also think it's important to look at some of the root causes of this as well. So I know one of our board priorities is a comprehensive overlook at program and curriculum evaluation. So I think that's something that should be done in tandem when looking at cell phone policy, to make sure that we're not just taking cell phones away from students and creating a less engaging classroom experience, but really utilizing it to make sure that students are learning more, not just having something taken away from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Evans, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I was going to ask, is Quince Orchard one of the high schools is doing the pilot? Because shout out to Principal Thomas. I saw that she put out on Twitter that cell phones need to be put away during the school day. But I'll also say back in 2018, when we went to her high school on the first day of school, teachers were implementing the no cell phone policy, telling students to put it away. So I was just curious as to if they were one of the high schools, or if she just was saying to her students, we're not going to have the cell phone.
She's actually not an official part of the pilot, but I will say that Ms. Thomas and Quince Orchard, throughout the years that we've been working with them, have been ahead of the curve in really implementing that with more fidelity.
I agree.
Thank you. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I just want to reiterate, since this is the start of a school year, this presentation is not an accident. We have a renewed emphasis on school safety, and what I hope that you will see this year is an emphasis on being proactive versus reactive to a lot of situations. Instead of waiting for things to happen, that we really are planning for adverse circumstances and how to manage those circumstances better than we've managed them in the past. So my compliments to the team and my compliments to the board for the excellent feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our discussion on this topic. Thank you so much for your good work, and we look forward to your quarterly updates and our September 12th presentation on the security plan for the year. Up next on our agenda, we have item number 9. Career Readiness Education Academy Evaluation, the CREA program evaluation. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. The Career Readiness Education Academy, known as CREA, provides an alternative pathway for emergent multilingual learners aged 17 through 21 who are unlikely to complete graduation requirements as a result of significant interruptions to their formal education. CREA services include English language development, general education diploma exam preparation, opportunities to learn career and technical education certifications and skills. CREA is available through both a day and evening program option. 98% of our student population in CREA is Latino, and 100% are EMLs. For the past 3 years, student enrollment has ranged from between 130 to 155 students in the evening program and between 10 and 20 students in the day program. MCPS has partnered with the In the Life Of Group, or ILO Group, an education strategy consulting firm, to evaluate the effectiveness of CREA. We welcome Sabrina Solares-Hand from ILO Group here to share an overview of their methodology, findings, and recommendations. In response to the evaluation, MCPS will share immediate actions for this school year, including increased curriculum and instruction support, as well as wraparound services for students and recommendations for the future in the 2025-2026 school year and beyond. I would like to invite Dr. Peggy Pugh, Chief Academic Officer, to begin our presentation for today.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. President Silvestri and members of the board. I know this is long awaited. We've known that this evaluation was coming, and we're excited to be here today to have the team share that information with you. As an overview for our community, acronyms become a living thing once they get in the MCPS handbook. So CREA is exactly what it says on the screen, a Career Readiness Evaluation or Education Academy, and it was intentionally created a number of years ago as an alternate pathway for those older students who often are newcomers or immigrant students who are emergent multilingual learners who may not be able to make graduation status in a timely manner. And so this program was designed uniquely for them. Many of the students have an English proficiency of level 1 or level 2. And so they also arrive often with challenging life circumstances. Many of our students work, and these students are in need of multi-tiered and unique supports. Some of the students arrive in the country on their own. Some of them meet up with family when they get here, and some remain independent within their time with us. But the team, the very small but mighty team of CREA, has staff members who often wear multiple hats in order to provide the services and the support that these unique students need. When we think about the anti-racist audit, specifically in Domain 6 and the equity of access, it's clear that the CREA staff members are working very hard and going above and beyond to ensure that these students have equitable access to a quality education and the wraparound supports that the community provides that are needed. So thank you for the opportunity to share with you today the findings and recommendations from both ILO Group and our team so that MCPS can continue to fulfill its obligation to serve this vulnerable and growing population of students. And with that, I'll pass it to Dr. Irina LaGrange.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. Good afternoon, President Silvestri, Dr. Taylor, and board members. The CRAB program serves a unique group of student population, often with intense case management, counseling, and instructional needs. The success of the program is determined by GED passing rates and career and technical education certification rates. Since its inception, the CRAB budget has been stitched together from positions allocated from other departments, grants, and TPT positions. In the evening program, where the majority of the students are enrolled, we have 1 instructional specialist, 2 ELD teachers, 1 parent community coordinator, and additional part-time instructional and transportation staff. In addition to teaching and learning, this small team provides all services, including counseling, crisis intervention, emergency preparedness, testing coordination, registration, enrollment, record keeping, case management, referrals for legal consultations, and transportation to GED testing sites and medical appointments. Our short-term goal for the upcoming school year is to provide temporary staffing for the day program to allow it to continue, provide curricular and wraparound services support as needed, and to convene a work group with stakeholders to plan for long-term program improvements based on the evaluation. In addition to addressing the 6 recommendations identified by ILO, our long-term goal is for the Board of Education to consider allocating an annual budget that allows for the necessary staffing and wraparound services for CRAS students. Based on the evaluation findings, there will be a need to increase the budget for FY26 school year. For the FY25 school year, the staffing and instructional materials budget for CRAB program is $1.26 million. Based on the staffing recommendations, the estimated budget for FY26 is $2.5 million. I will now pass it on to Mr. Steve Bowden, Foundation Supervisors, who will share with us CRAS history.
Thank you, Dr. LaGrange. Good afternoon, President Silvestri, Superintendent Taylor, board members. Over the years, the CREA program has undergone several transformations to better meet the needs of students and currently operates both day and evening at Thomas Edison High School. In 2007, in partnership with the Latino Coalition, MCPS started a program called SEPA, Students Engaged in Pathways to Achievement, as a half-day program to provide older EMLs in MCPS who are unlikely to graduate from high school with an opportunity to learn career skills. It was a half-day program in which students attended their home school in the morning, and then they were transported to Edison High School in the afternoon to study a career pathway. As the number of older EMLs in MCPS unlikely to graduate high school increased, the need for a more robust program surfaced. In 2016, the CREA program, now centrally managed, began as an evening program offering GED preparation and career readiness classes. CREA then expanded to a full-day program in 2018, replacing the SEPA program at Edison. During the 2019 and 2020 school year, the CREA program transitioned from a centrally managed program to a school-based model and expanded to offer day and evening programs at Seneca Valley High School. Additionally, the automotive program was offered to students at the Shady Grove Transportation Depot. During the 2020-2021 school year, while all schools were engaged in virtual learning, management of the CREA evening program reverted to the Foundation's office, while the day program continued to be managed by school administrative teams. In 2023, the program at Seneca Valley was phased out. Today, CREA operates both evening and day programs out of Thomas Edison High School. Thank you. I'll pass this back to Dr. LaGrange.
Next slide, please. One of the primary metrics for CREA program is GED attainment. The GED is taken in 4 parts that cover the core subject areas: social studies, science, math, and language arts. This past school year, 6 students passed all 4 sections of the GED, while many other students passed individual sections. The state of Maryland is the only state in the country that requires students to take the language arts section in English. This has created a barrier which prevents more students from passing the GED. Next slide, please. Workforce development and career preparation are key metrics of the CREA program. CT certification data from this past school year demonstrates that CREA students attain certifications in restaurant management, construction, and the automotive technology program of study, earning a total of 56 certificates. I will now pass it on to Sabrina Solares-Hand from the ILO group to share the evaluation findings.
Thank you, Dr. LaGrange. Members of the board, Superintendent, Madam President, thank you so much for welcoming me here today. As we dive into the details of the evaluation, I do want to begin by thanking members of the CREA team program, many of whom are here today. They were incredibly welcoming to myself and the team that I led to perform this evaluation. They were candid, forthcoming with their data, and your students are an absolute pleasure to be around, and it was a fantastic process. And so we come at this having had the full collaboration of your team, which was fantastic. The primary purpose of this evaluation was to provide a clear and comprehensive understanding of where the CREA program stands today and where it needs to go to better serve your students. We focused on several key areas. We focused on program culture, design, staffing, leadership, curriculum, instruction, and wraparound services. Through a detailed analysis, we identified both strengths and areas where we recommend to improve, ultimately with the goal of aligning the CREA program more closely with the needs specifically of your emergent multilingual learners. Next slide, please. Thank you. Montgomery County has seen significant growth in its immigrant population, particularly with the Hispanic population. Currently, out of your student body, 34.6% are identifying as Hispanic or Latino right now. That's the largest proportion of students out of your demographics. Among these, approximately 19% of the total population are emergent multilingual learners, the majority of whom speak Spanish primarily at home. Despite this growth, there are still persistent inequities in income and education with the Hispanic community, which of course is prevalent nationwide and not unique to this county. This demographic also faces significant barriers to educational success, with many students experiencing challenges related to language acquisition, interrupted formal education throughout their lives, and socioeconomic instability. So CREA plays a vital role in addressing these gaps by offering targeted support to students who might otherwise be left behind. Another highlight from this report is we did include some economic data to look at what is being reported for your county specifically, and it can't be overstated how much the immigrant population is key to the economic foundation of your area. Next slide, please. As Dr. Taylor noted, for the past 3 years, student enrollment for the evening program has ranged between 130 to 155 students, and the day program has ranged between 10 to 20 students. Our evaluation utilized robust mixed methods approach, and we used that to gather necessary data and insights. So this included in-person qualitative data collection at CREA sites, which is focus groups with students, staff, and families to ensure that we're getting stakeholder voice involved in this, and an extensive document review, which I'll note did include a report previously that was created, the Center for Linguistics report, the CAL report, that I know the board is familiar with. We also conducted site visits to 3 highly successful programs in the Washington, D.C. area to ground our recommendations and best practices that are close to your ecosystem and not too far and apart. Those specifically included the Next Step Public Charter School, the Garnet Patterson State Opportunity Academy, and the Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. These visits provided us with valuable insights, and many of our recommendations are grounded in those. This combination of qualitative and quantitative data allowed us to create a well-rounded picture so that we could provide data-informed recommendations. Next slide, please. To culminate, Our recommendations fall into 6 categories. First, program culture. While the program has succeeded in creating a supportive environment, particularly in the evening program, there are disparities between the experiences of students in different program settings, meaning difference between morning and evening. To address this, we recommend initiatives that foster a stronger sense of community and shared responsibility across all CREA sites. This could include joint professional development sessions for staff, student leadership opportunities, and enhanced communication channels to ensure that all students and staff feel equally supported. Next, program design and success metrics. There is a need to clearly define and measure the success of the CREA program beyond GED completion and CTE certifications. We recommend developing a comprehensive set of success metrics that could include student retention data, post-program employment rates, and long-term educational outcomes, in addition to regular monitoring so that you can continue to make data-informed adjustments to the program. With regards to staffing and leadership model, the CREA program relies heavily on part-time staff, which affects the consistency of instruction and the ability to build strong supportive relationships with students. The absence of a centralized leadership structure has also led to discrepancies between the day and the evening programs. We recommend increasing the number of full-time positions, including ELD teachers and program coordinators, to provide stability and continuity throughout. Additionally, establishing a unified leadership team that oversees both the day and the evening programs will ensure more cohesion across program objectives. On curriculum and instruction, the evaluation revealed a misalignment between the stated formal goals of CREA and the actual instruction time allocated to GED. What I'm referring to is the official MOU that establishes the program, which states that the ultimate goal of the program is GED attainment. Currently, students spend a disproportionate amount of time in CTE classes, which detracts from time needed to prepare for GED exams. Furthermore, curriculum alignment with GED standards should be strengthened, particularly in the areas of mathematical reasoning and language arts, to improve student outcomes. Wraparound services. We've mentioned, of course, the challenges that the students face. These include food insecurity, housing instability, limited access to healthcare in some cases. The program currently lacks dedicated support staff, such as therapeutic counselors and case managers, to address these needs. We recommend hiring immediately full-time bilingual case managers and counselors who can provide targeted support to the student body. Additionally, partnerships with local community organizations can be expanded to offer on-site services. Finally, and sometimes the hardest of all of them, is bureaucratic barriers. One of the significant challenges identified is inconsistent communication patterns and coordination between CREA staff and central office departments. This has led to some gaps in service delivery, such as delays in filling staff positions, restricted access to facilities, and insufficient support for students needing special education services. So we recommend clearer lines of communication, regular check-ins, and centralized leadership model that ensures that all stakeholders are aligned throughout. Thank you so much, and I will pass it back to Dr. LaGrange.
Thank you. Next slide, please. During the current school year, we will provide enhanced support to CREA. First, the addition of a temporary 1.0 teacher will allow the CREA Day program to continue. Second, we will provide CREA teachers with curricular support by reviewing their instructional resources to ensure that the lessons are engaging, relevant, and accessible to students. Third, we will ensure that students have access to a part-time healthcare provider, as the majority of the students do not have access to healthcare. Finally, a work group made of CREA and central office staff and community members will convene throughout the year. This work group will examine evaluation recommendations to develop a plan for long-term program improvements. Additionally, the Office of Wellbeing and Student Services will provide support with wraparound services. I will now pass it on to Mr. Monteleone.
Greetings, Damon Monteleone, Associate Superintendent in the Office of Wellbeing Student Services. I was lucky enough to be invited to CREA by the CREA staff I see here today after a board meeting, I think last spring. And it was truly a heartwarming and insightful, eye-opening experience. And I saw many of the things in that visit that were reported here in the report that we just heard from, specifically around the need for wraparound services. The things that are recommended in this report are easily doable, and we are implementing them immediately, the beginning of the school year. So some of these things include, we brought together a team full of professionals in my office, the Office of Wellbeing Student Services, that are going to serve as direct points of contact with CREA, the CREA staff and CREA administration, to triage any day-to-day issues, needs, or concerns, whether those are for a group of students or individually. This team includes a dedicated social worker, psychologist, restorative approaches specialist, counselor, people personnel worker, and emerging multilingual therapeutic counselor. Now, granted, can we allocate these positions in 101 and FTEs? We cannot, right? What we are doing is we are using our central office coordinating and coordinators and supervisory staff to provide the same level of service commensurate with what we do in our schools through their student well-being teams. So what does this look like? These professionals will convene a monthly on-site student well-being team meeting with the staff at CREA. They will examine the same types of data and trends that we are examining at our school-based student well-being teams. We will provide and provide them with a way to identify students for service and support in those student well-being team meetings. Just a brief thumbnail on that to refresh. We bring up students, we get to the root cause of what the students' needs are, and triage whether it's at a level 1, level 2, or level 3 through a multi-tiered system of support. The interventions and supports that we can use do include direct service from our internal providers, but also include the services to our partners in health and human services, right? So if that is with legal assistance or with food scarcity, if that is rent insecurity, whatever it may be, the same types of supports we can get for our schools, we can now start to provide here at CREA. Additionally, we will have a bilingual clinical licensed therapist, social worker on site at CREA every other week to handle a caseload of students that have been identified through that student well-being team. So through this model, we truly believe that while we would certainly appreciate additional staffing for full-time staff, we believe that we will have a model that is commensurate with what we have in schools that will be able to get the students the same level of services that all of our students receive. I'll pass it back to Dr. LaGrange.
Thank you. Next slide, please. For the FY26 school year, our support should focus on the following area. We will continue to leverage existing CREA leadership as outlined in the evaluation. We will make modifications to the program to best meet the needs of the students. Modifications such as schedule design and course selection to offer the maximum academic instruction time will be considered. Finally, there is a pressing need to align MCPS's staffing models to the enrollment of students and their academic needs. This alignment, along with the expansion of wraparound services, will require an annual dedicated budget. Based on the evaluation findings, there will be a need to increase the budget for the FY26 school year. As mentioned, for the FY25 school year this year, the staffing and instructional materials budget for the CREA program is $1.268 million. Based on the staffing recommendations, the estimated budget for FY26 is $2.5 million. Next slide, please. Supporting CREA students is a long-term investment in building a stronger community. Through CREA, older emergent multilingual learners in MCPS have the opportunity to continue their education and earn both a GED and career certifications, giving them access to higher education and the labor market once they exit the program. In summary, our short-term goal for the upcoming school year is to provide temporary staffing, curricular and wraparound services support as needed, and to convene a work group with stakeholders to plan for long-term program improvements based on the evaluation. In addition to addressing the 6 recommendations identified by ILO, our long-term goal is to allocate an annual budget that allows for the necessary staffing and wraparound services for CREA students. We will now take questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I have a couple clarifying questions because once I think I have the answer and then I hear someone say something different, so I just wanted to clarify. Are CREA students considered MCPS dropouts?
No, CREA students are enrolled in MCPS. They're MCPS students.
And so we get state funding per pupil for them? Okay. And my other question is, have you talked to the students about what they want and need the most? Because I'm hearing a little bit of conflict or push and pull between CTE and English as a second language versus GED. What do the students tell you that they want?
I'm happy to take that question. We did spend a great deal of time with the students at CREA. They emphasized needing to have language acquisition at the top of their necessary skills, that it felt like a barrier to all of the other things that they were really seeking to do in their career field. Some did also recognize, though, that although they could get some skills for jobs, having that GED sometimes was a barrier to also getting future certifications. So there's a bit of a ceiling there as far as a livable wage and acceleration in careers as well. But primarily, they really vocalized wanting to have that language acquisition.
Because they can get GED for free at Montgomery College at the age of 18.
Right.
And could you say more about the MOU, about the GED, that the goal of the program is GED attainment? That was news to me. I thought the goal of the program was all of these things, language acquisition, CTE, and GED was added later since I've been on the board, not when I started. So who is the MOU with?
Lindsay, would you want to join us? The MOU has taken on different forms over the years, as you've mentioned.
But who is it with? MCPS and?
MSDE, Maryland State Department of Education.
Okay, yeah, could you describe what the MOU is about?
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Lindsay Wahlberg. I'm the instructional specialist for CREA. Thanks for having us here. The MOU was actually start of a part of a pilot program many years ago with other districts across the state of Maryland, and it is a partnership with MSDE and the Department of Labor. As Sabrina said, the MOU is primarily focused on GED, and it does have a very strict criteria for participation that is limited to language learners. In MCPS, we've always partnered that with CTE as another benefit for our students. As Sabrina did also mention, in the beginning of the program, there was some student surveys that were conducted, and although English acquisition is a big goal for our students, there's also interest in career preparation.
Thank you.
Ms. Silvestri, I did want to clarify, I do think it's important to note that when looking at CREA, I would say that both are equally important. We do want, and I don't think we need to look at it as one versus the other. We do want our students to have that English language proficiency, and we absolutely understand that these opportunities to get these certifications in the areas of interest do help with having students find jobs, because many of them are here on their own. They provide not just for themselves, but also for their families. And so we think it's important, since as a district, we do have access to those CTE programs to allow students the opportunity to have both.
Yep. And I saw in the memo that was in Board Docs, Dr. Pugh, some talk about working more collaboratively with Montgomery College in the future to see what, how they can contribute as well. So, all right, Ms. Yang.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. I have some clarifying questions. So thank you, IL group, for being part of this process. So you are also look into 3 other programs in our area. Is it typical for those programs to address all 3 components, language, GED, and CTE certification for their students?
Yes, but not at the same time.
Can you elaborate that?
I can absolutely elaborate. One such program, one of the 3 that we visited, for instance, felt very strongly about language acquisition as a foundational piece. And so they had very strict guidelines around their students reaching a specific level of proficiency first, both for their safety and the industry where they would be getting training, as well as recognizing just general need for proficiency living in their current community before allowing them to participate in CTE programming. They then sequence that as getting your English proficiency, get you into GED program, or get you into CTE programming, recognizing the need both short-term and long-term for employment and a livable wage, and then tackled the GED.
Okay.
And then did that in parts. We saw similar combinations of this in different places where they said, we are trying to balance the urgency of getting a job, being able to survive, those tensions. Can we perhaps provide you with some skills so that in the short term, we can have you find a job with one of our area partners, and then let's refocus you on language acquisition so that we're really thinking about what you need as a foundation. So, and one of the things that, to the credit of the CREA program staff, that they are trying to do all three of these simultaneously. It is an extraordinary lift.
And I don't see any other of our programs or schools are trying to have such a breadth of portfolio of this program. So I think this is one area worth exploring. And then can you tell me what is the projected enrollment for coming up FY26?
The projected enrollment right now is 123 students in the evening and 10 during the day. However, numbers do grow significantly during the school year. So at this time, I think last year we started off with maybe 110 in the evening and grew from there. And so the numbers do grow and change during the school year.
Right. So what I'm looking at is I heard that we don't have an evaluation matrix or program goal matrix yet. So we are getting an incoming class of students. When can we hear from the administration the develop goals or evaluation matrix?
So what we wanted to communicate is that currently we evaluate the program based on GED attainment and CT certification. I think one thing that we wanted to get across is that we feel that just looking at the students who passed GET comprehensively might not be the most equitable way to measure student success. We know that our students, majority of our students are EML level 1 and 2, and they're required, as I've shared, Maryland is the only state in the country that requires students in the CREA program to take that section of the GED in English. So it's incredibly difficult. So we feel, and this is why we've mentioned the individual sections, because we do feel that in thinking about how we're evaluating success, the CT certifications are much more positive, just thinking about is GED the best way as the only indicator of student success.
Right, so would you have that formally as a process that we, so.
Yes, that's something we plan to work on with with the group that we will put together with CREA staff, with central office staff, based on the evaluation, and we also want stakeholders to think about what those metrics should look like.
And the timeline for that?
This school year, definitely this school year.
We'll get it done. Because last year, so this is, this is a great time for me also to ask about some continuity. If we are going to evaluate programs, are there certain criteria we always look at? And how are we, last year we developed a framework of program evaluation. How we are going to continue, all this continue. What is it? Now we have a new school year, we have new leadership, we're adding a new program into the fold of our evaluation. So I want us to think about that at a high level so that we know how to proceed. It cannot be always, this is the first year, this is the first year. So I want to have some continuity. Thank you.
Just wanted to point out to Ms. Armstrong an advocacy issue here, right? That you say that we're the only state in the country that makes students take the English language arts GED's portion in English. In other states, they're allowed to take it in Spanish and other
And
languages.
whatever the native language is.
So that's
I'm happy to jump in here. We did extensive research on this. We actually reached out to organizations that manage the GED to try to clarify this. The website represents that there are others who also cannot, but when we called them, they said, what they told us verbally was, Maryland is the only one that actually isn't forcing that. And so there's definitely a policy moment here. I completely agree with you. There are some miscommunications about who is allowed to, who isn't allowed to, and how the enforceability of that. Further, when we dug further back around where is that coming from, what exactly is the governing document that is determining that decision, nobody could point us in the direction of that document.
So who do we need to advocate to?
I would recommend the state.
It's the governor.
MSDE?
I would.
No?
Department.
Department of Labor.
Yeah.
It's a Department of Labor regulation. We have also been in communication with delegates and our contact at the Department of Labor. There is high interest in changing this regulation, and I think there is an acknowledgement of the inequity for our students. And so there is momentum, but of course, additional advocacy is welcome.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that. Ms. Rivera-Oven.
Okay, so I'm gonna say that I read the whole report, not the brief, but the whole report. And I had to stop halfway through because I was really, as a product of MCPS and as an immigrant and as a Latina, I was really taken back by the lack of support for these students from our system. And it was very hurtful to read because this program has been standing since 2016, so none of this stuff is new. So I want to thank you, Mrs. Solares, for your work and for being diplomatic and candid about the bureaucratic barriers. But to me, this is a treatment of treating students of MCPS as second-class citizens. That's exactly how it came across to me. And that is hurtful because if there's any group in this system that has more challenges and more trauma and more issues, it's the group of the CREA kids. As you said, a lot of them come on their own. They have no family, no support, yet they value education, so they go to school in the evenings against all odds. And yet, knowing that we're the only state in the union that requires them to take English, the GED in English, we cut their English teacher. How is that possible, and how does that make sense? So, we talk about the staff, they do this, they are the counselors, but yet, I call it the death of CREA by 1,000 cuts. Every year. And since COVID, and we know COVID brought a lot of trauma, right? And we know COVID brought a lot of instability, but yet, we start a CREA program at Seneca Valley during COVID. I don't know whose idea was to start a program during COVID, because one thing that we know, right, is that was probably the worst time to start anything new. And that was in Seneca Valley in DeKalb County. And as someone who has been very engaged in DeKalb County and who started a program to feed the food insecurity of many of these families of county, I can tell you that I had no clue that even this program existed at Seneca Valley. So there's a few things we didn't even touch. We didn't even touch transportation. How difficult these kids from point A to Wheaton, they come from the Up County, they come from the East County, right? There were kids there who worked at Ocean City as Labor Day workers, who drove from Ocean City to make it to the CREA program. So when I read the report and we talk about the insufficient support, we can call it whatever we want to call it. But I just want to hear a commitment from our superintendent here today, because one of the things that we are talking about is we cannot move forward without trust. I want to trust that our leadership is going to make the changes that they knew this program needed a few years ago. This is nothing new. I appreciate your work. Thank you for putting it down. But we knew. We heard it from the teachers. We heard it from the students. We heard it from the advocates in the community, right? So instead of supporting this program, what we did, we dismantled it. The fact that Mr. Monteleone only knew about CREA last year, nobody told him and said, hey, come and visit CREA with the well-being, because we need the wraparound services, because we know these kids can use this kind of support, is shameful. It is shameful. And it should not be happening in our county. The fact that you said that the largest population of students in our system right now are Latino students, and the fact that they don't have that support, and that team behind you, to me, they're heroes. Because they are the family, they are the ones who find medical care, they're the ones, who, because these kids have a lot of trauma, right? So you're not telling us anything new, but I'm glad it's a new day, a new dawn. But even with that, some of the things I still cannot understand is we had at one point 155 kids. They are students of MCPS. We get certain funding to educate our students. We get extra funding, correct me if I'm wrong, for our EML, ESOL students, right, on top of that. So if we have 155 kids, and we're supposed to get, help me out, 18,000, 19,000 per kid? You guys know better than.
15, I think.
Dr. Taylor.
It's actually less than that because it's the state portion, but, the
Right.
local is discretionary. But to your point,
Yeah.
Where does the money follow the student, and how is
Correct.
the
I guess that's what I'm
supporting
going
that?
with this, right? So guess what, I'm not a math whiz, but something just was not adding up with me when I visited CREA over a year ago. Something was just not adding up with me with the needs. And the fact that we cut the English teacher, and then we put a full-time teacher in the day program that has, 19 kids, but we cut the full-time teacher that had 150 kids in the event program. Somebody please explain to me the reasoning behind that, because that is not adding up to me. Somebody tell me, Board Member Rivera, let us tell you the reasoning why we did that.
Just want to add one detail to this as well. I understand that nationwide, pragmatically, budgets are being aligned to enrollment data. You're held to it. It's the number of students you have. You build a budget to accommodate that. What we heard qualitatively from students, and this is hard for us to measure because we don't know what we don't see, and there's no data to tell us how many this actually adds up to. Almost every single student vocalized, I know at least 3 or 5 other young adults who also need to be in this program, but don't know about it. I'm the one carrying the message and sharing that, and it's our communities trying to tell each other that this is here. So I would vary to say that if the program were strengthened and that there was a formal effort to advertise and make known that the program exists, that you would see those enrollment numbers grow exponentially.
And in fact, I'll tell you, one of the students that I referred to CREA, she actually went to her high school. She came through our ESOL Welcoming Back Center that we have. She was never told about CREA, right? Which is another issue that I have, is why is it that we're not referring to kids when we have a point of entry? We know they have interrupted education. So why is it that we're not referring those kids to CREA? Why is it that those kids have to jump through so many hoops, and then they find out just by casualty, right? They find out, oh, so-and-so, and they say, well, you know what? And we hear it from principals. We hear it from principals all the time that they say, we're setting up these kids for failure or to drop out. Because there's no way a child who just arrived, right, in 10th, 11th grade is going to be able to get all that learning that all these kids have been doing for 10 years. There's just no possible way. The fact that these kids take the GED in English and some of them passed it's amazing to me, because I don't know if many people know, but to get in a high school diploma is so much easier than passing a GED. In fact, I will challenge any of the adults in this room to take the GED right now, and I bet you many of you would not pass. So the fact that these kids are actually doing it, right? And then on top of it, we're measuring that. When we know it's against all odds, we're using that as a major measurement of success for this program. And it's just, there's so many unfair things about this, but to me, this is a very systematic issue, a lack of understanding. There's a lack of empathy. There's a lack of understanding where these kids are coming from. So I'm just going to ask my superintendent to tell me, I hear about 2026, but I want to hear about 2024. Because I guess what? I don't want to set these kids up for failure, because the CREA might not be around in 2026 if we do not invest on our kids now, knowing what we know now in writing, and some of us who already knew that without the writing, right? And trying to work with the system and telling them, hey, this is not working, this is not adding up, this is not fair. And again, I'm gonna reiterate, I really feel that we got a bad deal in this situation where these kids were treated, in my opinion, as second-class citizens, and that should not happen. And it should not happen in our county, as diverse, as progressive, as welcoming to immigrants as it is in Montgomery County. And I thank you for looking at Carlos Rosario, because I think that's a perfect example. And the person who started the program is a mentor of mine, is a wonderful friend. It's a great program. It's a very welcoming, well-founded program. But you know what it had? It had the buy-in of everybody in the system in DC. Everybody felt that this was the right thing to do. So with that, I just want to say, I want to know what we're going to be doing today for fiscal year 2024.
Could go back to slide 10, go back 2. Thank you. And you're absolutely right that this is a systematic issue and a systemic issue that we have to address in terms of when we've got a great idea, how do we financially support our great idea so that it can sustain over time and we can see the results that we want to see in the programs that we lay out. And this is a hurdle because this has been a bit of a moving target in terms of cobbling together budget lines when this really needs its own dedicated budget line. So how do we solve that today? Making sure that we are allocating at least these supports to start the school year is the start for this year. And this needs to be something that the board considers deeply as part of its fiscal 26 budget process, which is starting now. And so please look for a programmatic line for CREA to evaluate that as a long-term solution. But in the intermediate, for this program to thrive, we have to take the ILO group's recommendations seriously, and we have to allocate resources from internal sources to make sure that we're covering the basic needs. And special thanks to the teaching crew and the educator crew and the staff crew that showed up today to support your students and your program. And Dr. Pugh, was there anything that you wanted to add or illuminate about how we're financing this and how we're covering these enhancements right now?
Sure, and let me take some responsibility for where we are budgetary. When I came 2 years ago, CREA was one of the programs, one of the many programs on the academic side. And in looking at enrollment data and looking at attendance data and looking at how it had been put together, it was a very teeny budget, very small budget. And yet it was not left whole through budget cuts through the past 2 years. The team, many of them here today, and their advocacy has shared why are we going through this every year. And I think the evaluation illuminated for us why we're going through it every year, because it doesn't have a dedicated budget. It didn't have a dedicated amount with an organizational pattern and structure that everybody agreed on and supported and communicated. And so that is where we're headed. That is the work that we're going to be doing to make sure that it does have representation in the budget for what is actually needed to run the program. So why was the teacher cut? A grant ended. That was the ending of that position. We didn't have additional positions to put to it. So we went and begged, borrowing, and stealing to our K-12 friends and said we need a teacher for the program, and they helped. The same thing with the part-time nurse. Those pieces are, DHHS provides us with services. We have to advocate for it. We have to ask them for it, okay? And the team has not seen some of these direct point of contacts and triage in the past because they haven't existed, as you shared. So putting together the Office of Wellbeing and Student Services supports that we know the kids need, that currently the staff is providing, and because they care about the students, we're putting it in place in terms of a direct contact. That will also help us as we work together with the school team to create what would be a reasonable budget. We've put together some draft numbers that you saw in attachment D, I believe, that's public on the website, that aligns to what ILO Group said would be needed to stand up a program and to sustain it long-term and to not have it subject to leadership changes, new people coming in, and various budget lines that when cut, if it's not something that you own, it's subject to being scrutinized, so.
And to my question about we allocated funding for the day teacher, but we took away the teacher from the evening, even though we have, like in my math, 5 times or 6 times more kids in that program.
I can answer that question. So as we shared previously, the 2 positions, one position was an overhire, the other position was grant funded. And what had happened, if you remember, at Seneca Valley 2 years ago, we had 1 teacher, but then we went down to 2 students. So we reabsorbed that teacher. For the day program, Thomas Edison has 1 CREA day teacher, 1 official CREA teacher. So if we had not provided them with that day teacher, that would mean that the CREA day program would have to close down. And we thought it was really important while we review the budget and we consider what our options are and take ILO's evaluations into consideration. We thought it was really important that we continue the day program and not have it close. So now one of the day teachers at Edison is working along with a CREA teacher to provide those services. For the evening program, one of the teachers has served in the role of the registrar and has supported managing the program. She is an ELD teacher, so we thought it'd be best to have her in the classroom teaching because having a teacher in the classroom is the best thing to do. So now we have to make sure that there's somebody who can do the work of the registrar. We also know what we shared before, that the teachers are driving students to these testing sites to have the support with registration, have the support with some of the work that she was doing to allow her to go into the classroom.
And the last thing I'm going to say is I understand about grants. Unfortunately, as somebody who has a nonprofit, I know that too well, and grants do expire. But guess what? I know when they expire. So if I know I have a critical position that I need to ensure that I have funding for, then like a year or 2 years prior to that grant expiring, guess what I'm doing? I am looking for other sources of funding, while I'm letting people know, hey, this is coming down the pike and this is going to impact us tremendously. So that's what tells me is this is not a priority. I'm sorry. I'm just going to be blunt and honest as I can be. And that needs to change. I think that set mind needs to change because we know, right, that things will expire if it's a grant, then we try to put it then in a permanent position, or we try to do what we can in order for that not to happen. And the last thing I would say, consistency is so important for these young people, because when you have different people, different adults coming into their lives, guess what? That's what's been happening in all their lives. There's no consistency. And going to the point of trust, that is what builds trust. And it builds trust with these young people. So I'm just, going to put it out there that please do your best to make sure that this is a priority for all of you.
Thank you. I don't see Mrs. Evans if her light is on, but just wanted to thank you for the presentation. Thank you for doing the evaluation. I think it's important for us to understand where we stand and where we need to improve. If we're going to do it, we want to do it well. So I look forward to seeing the improvements. And then it's up to the administration, but also the board to, work on the budget. If it's a priority for the board, then we need to put our money where our mouth, or put our mouth, American expressions are hard for English language learners, right? I'm an English language learner, so my husband he's going to write a book about the American expressions I say incorrectly. But thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for all the staff that are here for your hard work and dedication. And we will now move on to our next agenda item. Thank you. That is, we are up to item number 10. It's just for informational purposes only. Item number 11, can I get 11.1 and 11.2 in block?
Yes, so moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Item 11.3 is the appointment to the ethics panel. So we have a resolution, and I will read the resolve. That Jessica R. Kendall be appointed to serve a 3-year term on the ethics panel effective August 20th, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2027. Can I get a motion? Yes.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that's unanimous with those present. Board members, does anyone have a new business item to bring forward? Okay, seeing none. Item 12 is for information only, and item 13, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Move adjournment.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hands. And that is unanimous with those present. We are now adjourned.